I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good evening, Placerville. We'll go ahead and get started with the roll call, please.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Here.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Here.
Councilmember Acuna,
Here.
Councilmember Borelli,
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Here.
Great, thank you. Roll call quorum is established. We'll go ahead and move right along to announcements and presentations to the public, and to item 3.1, which is receive and file update on public records requests. And this is Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick, there is one item on the staff report from Sheila Merchant. She was requesting information on the selection process for cannabis. And although we had intended on responding to this and having it complete by last week, and we need to take a little bit more time with it. So we'll have that answered or responded to soon. And then I also mentioned at the last meeting that there was a request for information regarding the 4 initiatives that were filed and the 1 referendum from the Wapunas tribe. We're working to respond to that. I don't anticipate that will take too much time, maybe a week or 2. And then we did receive a request last week from Max Del Real, and that is regarding several items of communication between city staff and HDL and other cannabis businesses, and information on the selection process. So that's going to take a little bit of time to get through. There will be several items, documents that will need to be reviewed by our legal counsel. So that's all for now. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to help answer them.
Okay, thank you, Regina. Any questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment.
All right, public comment is now open for item 3.1. If you're joining by phone, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. If you're joining by computer, use the raise hand option at the bottom of your screen. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. I'll remind you when you're down to 30 seconds, and state your name for the record. And public comment is now open. I don't see any hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, thank you, Regina. We'll move on to item 3.2, which are brief comments by the City Council. And I will start with Councilmember Borelli.
Okay, well, I had the pleasure of attending the presentation from El Dorado Disposal. The mayor and I went and were able to view their operations and hear a nice presentation. It was really, I thought, very informative and very enjoyable. And I attended our fire safe committee meeting, council meeting via Zoom, and did a couple other Zooms, and I can't remember what they were.
There's a lot of Zooms later. All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Acuna.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I would like to thank Cleve and our city engineer, Rebecca Nees, for the fine job they did holding, which I think was our first community chat Zoom last week, and it dealt with the traffic calming manual and presenting that and the different options that it represents to the citizens. I thought the meeting went well, got some good information, and importantly, it is an issue that impacts a lot of different neighborhoods. And the more times that we go through that, the more familiar the neighborhoods can be are going to become.
Hear from more.
And know what our options are. We can work together. So there's some concern about excess communication on that, but it's a document, and it's one of those kind of things that there's a lot of opportunity to sit down and work with staff on a specific problem, I guess is what I'm saying. And I think the Zoom chat accomplished another important step in that. I would also like to thank all the staff members that were involved with getting the signage up on Clay Street at Coleman. Nick and Rebecca and whoever was involved in that, thank you very much. The sign was there. And what was really interesting is the traffic wasn't. As I said I would during our last meeting, I went out and checked, not realizing at the time that South Lake Tahoe was closed off. And so there was no bypass traffic on this between 2 to 4:30 on Sunday. I went out several times. Even drove 2/3 of the way to Apple Hill to make sure that they were open. They were. But it's, as I mentioned to Cleve, it's amazing right now. If ever we needed an opportunity to take a snapshot of what the weekend impact is of the South Lake Tahoe traffic, it's going to be this last weekend, this coming weekend while they're closed. It was beautiful. We had our town back. Absolutely had our town back. So I'm sure that's not lost on Cleve and Rebecca and others, but that would be my comments.
Even with Apple Hill.
Yeah, and Apple Hill was full. Yeah, they were quite busy, but still no traffic
That proves something.
in our neighborhood.
Yeah, that's good.
Quiet, just like
Yeah.
it should be.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Taylor.
I also attended the community chat on the traffic calming manual. And I think that Rebecca and Eve did a great presentation on it. I thought it was a good chat. I don't have any other comments tonight. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Well, I got to attend a portion of the traffic calming as well, and that was about it. It was well done. I only caught the last half of it, but it was, from what I could tell, people got to voice their opinions and their thoughts on the manual, and hopefully we can move forward and get that put to bed. So, that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. For myself, same, took part in the traffic calming manual Zoom. I thought it was a good test for our first community chat in the COVID environment, in the Zoom age, exactly. Rebecca and Cleve did a great job. I mean, Rebecca, I can't believe she didn't take more gulps of water throughout the whole thing, because she had a lot of talking to do throughout the entire presentation. So thank you to both of you for doing that, and for all the residents that called in, either to voice concerns or to give their take on the manual. I also attended the tour at the MRF with Councilmember Borelli. I thought it was a really good presentation by them. I know we'll be talking more about this later as well, but it's always good to kind of get that hands-on look when you're going to have something.
To see them in operation.
Exactly.
And, that was what was, that's so great, I thought.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think
Yeah.
a few years since I've dropped something off where I had to go take some stuff out there. So it was good to catch up with all of them. And then lastly, as many of you may know, and if you don't, we have moved into the orange tier, the El Dorado County has, and that, for the most part, means the biggest change on that is going to the 50% capacity indoors for restaurants. So it's a big thing for our restaurants here. We've had the outdoor seating, which I think has been working pretty well. But this will give them a chance to grow a little bit more. There are a few other things that I noticed on the list here that I just will go through real fast. And I did print this, but it printed wrong, so I'm doing it off my phone here. Bars will be allowed to have outdoor only, where no meals are provided. Breweries, outdoor only, where no meals are provided. Distilleries, outdoor only. Churches, let's see, I think that might be under religious. I'll move over here. Let's see.
Oh, and also I saw tonight on the news that nail salons are going to be allowed, no matter which color they're in.
That's correct. They are allowed with whatever guidelines are in place. Same thing with massage therapy. Will also be allowed.
Gyms? What about the gyms?
Gyms are allowed. I don't. So at 25% capacity, which I think was the same as we were last time as well. And the things that are still closed would be festivals, so large gatherings, saunas and steam rooms, theme parks. The one that also for our area that I don't remember if this was already the case, but 25% for racetracks capacity.
Nice.
And I don't remember if our racetrack was already had people or not, but it's
They
now
did
at
not.
25%. I think it was just
Who was the racers?
the racers
Yeah.
themselves, yeah. So now it's supposed to be at 25%, so that's great for the fairgrounds as well. So just wanted to highlight that. We'll have to be a minimum of 3 weeks in the orange level before we could potentially go to the yellow level. But I have a feeling that will be another high bar to cross, but hopefully we'll get there. We're certainly, the numbers today would indicate that we would be in the yellow tier, but of course that has to be over a 3-week period. So, so good news for us. Yes,
I just want to
Councilmember?
add something. The reason I did not attend the neighborhood watch or the
Oh, the traffic, you were at fire.
I was at the fire. I was attending another Zoom meeting, so I just wanted to let people know. It wasn't because I was uninterested. It was just that I've gotten the report afterwards. So.
No, definitely. And you're our rep to the Fire Safe Council. So yeah, you had to pick.
And I had
that
missed
evening.
the one before, so I thought, oh, I need to go. Yeah.
So that is it for me. We don't have any closed session report this evening. So we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda.
Move for adoption.
Second.
First and second, any changes? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we will go then and move on to ceremonial matters, and we have a few proclamations this evening. The first one is item 6.1, and this is a proclamation for National Night Out. As you may be aware, we like many things, originally, the original date canceled and now moved to October the 6th. And I don't know if Chief Wren or has any other update on this one before I read the proclamation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, staff, and community. Yeah, with it being rescheduled for October, the team came together and made the decision to focus on our eateries within the city of Placerville. They're always so generous to us every year when it comes to donations, and we wanted to utilize our efforts to give back to that business community. So it'd be October 6th, 5:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. The theme is National Night Eat Out. There's some more information on our social media sites. We encourage the community to visit our Facebook or Instagram page.
So Chief, is that going to be like a drive-through type of deals, or are we going to have outdoor seating at the different restaurants?
It'll be the original thought was, and there was some information disseminated, that we would shut down Main Street, obviously. That's not going to occur. Good news, since we moved into the orange category, opens up more indoor dining options for the restaurants. So it's indoor dining or outdoor dining there, and also takeout options as well. We encourage members of the community, if they are going to take advantage of this opportunity, to go ahead and phone ahead to the restaurant and see what they're offering. A lot of the restaurants in town are offering a special National Night Out menu options.
So,
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, Councilmember Borelli.
so are you guys going to be going from restaurant to restaurant to talk to people, or the same kind of like you do when we have it, at homes, at neighborhoods?
Yes, we'll be on Main Street. We're also going to do a live broadcast into our social media platforms. So you'll see members of our team down there. We encourage the community to engage with us, ask us questions. We're here for the community. So if they have concerns or questions or great ideas, I'd love to hear them.
So there's not going to be one central place. The reason I'm asking this question is because the Fire Safe Council when I told them it was, we were gonna, have a national night out on a kind of different, they were wondering if they could hand out information. So you're not gonna have one central place where there's gonna be tables or anything like that?
No, we'll be walking around. We
Okay.
want to try to hit everybody, all the restaurants.
Chief, I had a question. Are other municipalities, has this been like the date for National Night Out across the board, or are we doing this sort of unique to our community?
A lot of communities just outright canceled it, canceled all events. And it's such a big event for us. We felt just not doing, anything was the wrong approach. So I'd like to think that we're unique. And that this is we're the only ones doing this, but I'm sure somebody else out there is taking our great idea and utilizing it for their community as well.
Gotcha. Thank you. Oh, please.
Joe, was this date selected by us or was it selected by National Night Out? I believe it was them, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100%, but I think it was a rescheduled date. And they put out on their national website just different ideas for communities to try to, or police departments to reach their different communities. But like I said, we're the only ones that I know of that's doing something like this in our area.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Any other comments?
Look forward to it.
All right. So with that, then, I am going to go ahead and read the proclamation for our National Night Out. So this is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Placerville declaring October 6, 2020 as National Night Out 2020. And so whereas the National Association of Town Watch is sponsoring a unique nationwide Lights On campaign in celebration against crime, drug, and violence on October 6, 2020 entitled National Night Out, and the 37th Annual National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for the City of Placerville to join forces and socially distance with 38 million people in over 16,000 communities from all 50 states, U.S. territories, Canadian cities, and military bases in promoting cooperative police community crime prevention efforts. And as the City Council plays a vital role in assisting the Placerville Police Department through joint crime, drug, and violence prevention efforts in the City of Placerville, and is supporting National Night Out 2020 locally, and it is essential that all citizens of the City of Placerville be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and impact that their participation can have on reducing crimes, drugs, and violence in Placerville. And whereas police community partnerships, neighborhood safety awareness, and camaraderie are important themes of the National Night Out program, now therefore I, Michael Zaragoza, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Mayor of the City of Placerville, State of California, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, October 6, 2020 as National Night Out in the City of Placerville, and urge all citizens of the City of Placerville to join Placerville PD, the National Night Out Association of Town Watch, and their sponsors in supporting the 37th Annual National Night Out on October 6, 2020. So we're looking forward to it. Chief, thank you for your work on this as well. I think we're all looking forward to participating in a socially distant way. So we'll see how this evening goes for our National Night Out on October the 6th. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that moves us to item 6.2, proclamation for all colors and all cancers month. And I believe, Regina, we have a speaker this evening as well.
Yes, for this one, we have Andrew Vonderschmidt. So Andrew, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you if you'd like to talk now.
Good evening, Andrew.
Hello, thank you for having me. Am I speaking on the proclamation or the installation?
On the proclamation.
The proclamation is Images of Hope has celebrated Pink in the Night recently in the recent years to raise awareness of breast cancer. We are wanting to expand to raising awareness of all cancers and all colors that are associated with those cancers. And we want to focus the energy of Pink in the Night to raise awareness for our services and early screenings and awareness of all types of cancer.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Any comments or questions for Andrew? Okay.
Well, I do have a comment. Pink in the Night and the cancer awareness programs that they've been putting on for years has been a valuable, for lack of better words, asset to our community and how they raise money and funding for our cancer center and for bringing awareness to this. It's invaluable in how they help save people's lives and help comfort them when they're in this process, in the process of going through cancer and cancer treatment. And I've seen their success work on many people. I am in the medical field, and I really do appreciate the efforts that they put in and the hard work that they have done over the years. Their banners on parade and the funding for that goes, all of this helps to build awareness for cancer and also for treatment. So thank you.
Great. So with,
Do we know, can I follow, do we know when they're gonna have the auction for the banners? Is it,
Andrew, do you know when the auction is for the banners?
No, because of our recent interesting times, that is coming, going to be online. It's coming soon, so keep an eye on the Banners on Parade website and Facebook page.
Thank you, Andrew.
Mayor and council, I got a notice of that today. If you give me 1 second, I'll pull it up.
Sure.
I want to say it's going to go over a period of time. It'll be open for an online bidding on those. Second here. It'll start on October 17th and run through October 27th. And you go, there's an email, we'll put up on our website how you can register to be on the online bidding.
Great. Thank you, Cleve. Okay, so with that,
Okay. It's an honor to read this proclamation for them. And this is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Placerville declaring October 2020 All Colors, All Cancer Month. Whereas the Center for Disease Control has projected 1.9 million new cancer cases in the U.S. in 2020, with a 24% increase in men and a 21% increase in women. And whereas between 2007 and 2020, the number of deaths due to cancer is expected to go up 15.2% in men and 8.1% in women. And whereas Images of Hope of El Dorado County has hosted the Pink in the Night awareness campaign throughout the month of October in conjunction with National Breast Cancer Awareness Month since 2013. And whereas Images of Hope mission is to create opportunities where cancer patients, their family members, teachers, and community can come participate in all aspects of the arts and foster an environment where creativity can flourish with hope, healing here, and serves all El Dorado County community members touched by cancer. And whereas Images of Hope is launching the All Colors, All Cancer campaign to raise awareness of all types of cancers, early screenings, and healing arts and movement therapy to all those touched by cancer. And whereas local artist Andrew Vonderschmidt has been commissioned to design and fabricate an installation to raise awareness of all cancers. And whereas the art installation, a large depiction and awareness ribbon in all colors, will be temporarily installed at the Welcome to Placerville sign on Highway 50 throughout the month of October. And whereas the City of Placerville joins communities across our nation to increase the awareness about the importance for everyone to make an informed decision with their health, with their healthcare provider about early detection and testing for all types of cancer. Now, therefore, be it resolved, Michael Saragosa, our mayor of the City of Placerville, does hereby proclaim the month of October as All Colors, All Cancers Awareness Month in the City of Placerville, and he commends this observance to all citizens.
all right, thank you, Vice Mayor. And Andrew, we'll make sure to get you the proclamation. You know where to find us.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
I like it that they're changing this too, to include,
Everybody or everything.
Mhm.
Mayor and council probably should note, just for everyone's information, the issue of installing the artwork is actually on our agenda under another item for your consideration. Maybe jumped the gun a little bit, but in assuming that that would happen. So anyway, that is on your agenda later for your consideration.
Thank you, Cleve. Okay, we're going to move to item 6.3, which is a proclamation for prostate cancer awareness. And Regina, I believe we have Mr. Montgomery on the line to speak on this one.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Montgomery has been coming to the City Council with this proclamation for the last few years. So he is an attendee tonight. So Richard, I'm going to unmute you if you would like to say a few words about this proclamation.
Virginia, are you hearing me?
I can hear you just fine,
We can hear you. Good evening, Richard.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Really appreciate this. It's some 7 or 8 years now that I've worked with the city, and certainly do appreciate it. My biggest concern currently is because of COVID, we haven't been having support meetings with the exception of some limited Zoom meetings. So that's a little tough. So what we've gone to is, as we've got a newly diagnosed people, I've been putting them in touch with those who have been through maybe the type of treatment that they're considering, with trying to get into letting them know about the side effects in particular with any given treatment. So it's been a little bit difficult. And my other concern is men have been postponing physicals, getting tested. So that leads us to, is their diagnosis going to be a little more severe than had they stayed with the testing? So beyond that, thank you very much, and I appreciate the proclamation again. Any questions? I'm here.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions, comments?
I'll just say what I usually do, to thank him so much for all his work and what, you know, the effort and everything that he puts into this. So thank you, Richard.
Thank you very much.
And I think Richard brings up a very important topic that has been talked about in the medical field and outside as well, is that people really do need to get in and see their physicians. I think there's been a lot of, there has been a lot of delayed annual visits to your physician, to doctor's visits, concerns about issues you may have with your health. And it's a well-known thing now that there's a lot of delayed diagnosis of cancer, a variety of different diseases due to the lack of seeing your physician because of the COVID and the way things were shut down. So Richard brings up a valuable point in terms of having people get in on a regular basis, get to your annuals. If you skipped it this year, don't delay. Get back in there and see your physician. It's an important piece.
I agree. Even if it's done virtually with your physician, they can still prescribe, set you up for lab tests, which is another challenge today.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Dick. I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation. So this, in just a second, I got to get the one with the small print, because my other one. So hopefully I won't read anything wrong here. Okay. So this is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Placerville declaring September 2020 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas prostate cancer is the most frequent diagnosed cancer in men and the second leading cause of cancer death in men. And whereas the American Cancer Society estimates there will be 191,930 new cases of prostate cancer in the USA in 2020, resulting in an estimated 33,330 deaths. And whereas it is an estimated 20,000 men in California will be diagnosed with prostate cancer this year, and an estimated 3,890 California men will die from this disease this year. And whereas Black men in the USA and the Caribbean have the highest documented prostate cancer incidence rates in the world, and whereas early prostate cancer usually has no symptoms and studies suggest strong family predisposition may be responsible for 5 to 10% of the disease cases, and whereas late-stage prostate cancer commonly spreads to the bones, which can cause pain in the hips, spine, ribs, or other areas of the body. And whereas the 5-year survival rate approaches 100% when prostate cancer is diagnosed and treated early, but drops to 31% when it spreads to other parts of the body. And whereas the rapid reduction in prostate cancer mortality is attributed to early detection through PSA testing and advancements in treatment, and the American Cancer Society recommends that men should have an opportunity to make an informed decision about whether to be tested for prostate cancer based on their personal values and preferences. And whereas the Placerville City Council joins communities across our nation to increase the awareness about the importance for men to make an informed decision with their healthcare provider about early detection and testing for prostate cancer. And now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Michael Saragosa, Mayor of the City of Placerville, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2020 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Placerville, and I commend this observance to all citizens. And stated today, September 22nd. Again, thank you, and thank you for all of your efforts, Mr. Montgomery, and good advice from, I think, people here on the dais as well as you about getting in and doing those screenings, even in a COVID environment. It's hugely important to do still, so thank you. And we'll also make sure we get you a copy of the proclamation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move to item 6.4, which is a proclamation for sexual assault awareness. And I believe we have Kay on the line.
Yes, we do. Kay, go ahead and speak if you'd like to let me unmute you.
Good evening, Kay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Kay Ida. I'm the Director of Community Affairs here at the Center. And on behalf of our Executive Director, Matt Huckabee, who can't be here because he's actually facilitating classes tonight, we really truly want to thank you so much for allowing us to carry over our proclamation into this month. As you know, typically in May, we host our annual Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event, which directly supports sexual assault survivors and their families. And due to COVID, we just couldn't do that. And of course, also due to COVID, we had a real tough time just gaining momentum with donations and fundraising opportunities, which has severely hurt us. And then, of course, it trickles down into our ability to save survivors. And so this means a lot to us. We, in affiliation with tonight, we've actually placed a donation button on our website, which is www.thecenternow.org, and it just allows people from our community, our great community, to be able to donate tonight in appreciation of this opportunity. So thank you so much, Council and Mr. Mayor. It's just a great opportunity for us, so it means a lot.
Thank you. And can you just repeat the website one more time for people that want to make a donation?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's www.thecenternow, all one word, .org. And there's a donate now button that we placed on there at the very first page that you can just hit that and immediately donate to us. So yeah, it'll give us a good start going into this next year. We've had no opportunities to fundraise so far, so.
Great, thank you. Any comments by council? Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to Vice Mayor.
All right. Once again, I have the honor of reading this proclamation. This is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Placerville declaring the month of April 20th as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the City of Placerville. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month, SAAM, calls attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has public health and safety implications for the City of Placerville and beyond. Whereas the goal of Sexual Assault Awareness Month is more than awareness. The ultimate goal is prevention of sexual harassment, abuse, and assaults. And whereas, when we talk about prevention, we mean stopping sexual violence before it happens by changing the norms that allow it to exist in the first place, from attitudes, values, and behaviors to laws, institutions, and the widespread social norms. And whereas, we call on our community to join us in the I Ask campaign and champion the power of asking and receiving consent. I ask is the statement by which individuals will demonstrate that asking for consent is a healthy, normal, and necessary part of everyday interactions, will uplift the importance of consent and transform it from being prescriptive to empowering. And whereas prevention is everyone's responsibility, all of us can create and promote safe environments. We can intervene to stop behavior, promote healthy attitudes and relationships, relieve survivors, and assist them in finding resources. And whereas we strongly support the efforts of national, state, and local sexual assault prevention programs and rape crisis centers in their effort to create safe and healthy communities. Now therefore be it resolved that Michael Saragosa, our mayor of the city of Placerville, and the Placerville City Council join the Center for Violence-Free Relationships and communities across the country in playing an active role to prevent sexual violence, along with the United States government, the state of California, El Dorado County. Our mayor does hereby proclaim April 2020 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the city of Placerville.
Thank you. And again, we'll make sure we get you a copy of the proclamation. I know I was looking forward to participating this year. I didn't get a chance to last year. I know the vice mayor did. And so I know we'll be prepared. With our shoes, I was ready to go out and get my shoes. But we'll be ready for 2021.
I promise to hit you all up. Your council and obviously your great chief. We look forward to your participation. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I will be going to that website and doing a donation.
Say it one more time, the website.
Yep. So yeah, exactly. One more time, give the address for our audience, our listening audience.
Absolutely. It's www.thecenternow, all one word, .org.
All right. Well, thank you, Kay. Have a good evening, and we will be, I think, so making some donations. So hopefully, we'll get some more residents too as well.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Good night. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, we do have one hand raised.
Yeah.
Somebody who may wish to speak on this proclamation. Would you like to go ahead?
Yes. We'll go ahead and open up for public comment.
All right. Well, this is for the proclamation for the Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Or actually, I guess we could open it to any of the others before this one. We'll start with 857.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Just on the broad topic of most of the proclamations, I think it's very important to tell everyone, don't be afraid of the COVID. If you have medical conditions, you got to continue to communicate with your doctor and seek help, because we have a lot of people that are foregoing out of fear and they're dying from other things. So just keep talking with your doctor. But on the whole thing about proclamations, did the city of Placerville do anything for Constitution Day a couple weeks ago? That's just my main question. Hopefully we didn't forget the Constitution and all that. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Last call for public comment on item 6, any of the proclamations. I see no public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, I think how we do it, generally they've been brought to us by different organizations, these proclamations. I know there's probably a lot of Flag Day and a lot of other things that we respect, but probably don't put out a resolution on a variety of different days throughout the year.
Unless we're asked.
Right, unless we're asked.
That's correct, Mayor. As always, staff is willing and able, if there is a topic that council desires us to put together a proclamation, we can do that. And some of you have done that from time to time. can do that.
It's true. I meant to do this, and actually that's a good reminder. I was gonna put one together for, it's Hispanic Heritage Month. It's kind of an odd one because it runs mid-September through mid-October. It's sort of a tweener. Yeah, so I think I got a little bit of time, so that'll be coming as well. But it's a good reminder. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and move on to item 7, public comment. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda, and that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. So with that, I'll go to written communications, item 7.1. Cleve, did we have any written communications?
You have some items that were sent to you mostly just today, Mayor and Council. Most of them, well, some related to agenda items, and a lot of them were not. So all of those were sent to you. Many of those came in after our normal 3 o'clock hours, so you received them late, but all of those were forwarded to you.
Great. And it's a good point. So, Ms. O'Connell, can you just do a brief comment on timing for written comments to make it into the official record?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. If anybody would like to submit public communication on any agenda item, it could be regarding any non-agenda item or just anything that they wish to have part of, the record. It's usually items from, previous city council meetings or anything that they wish to send a letter to the city council about or speak on. They can send that as long as the agenda hasn't been finalized or distributed. We can make that part of the written communication and include that in the agenda packet where the public would have the chance then to read the comments. Otherwise, if I can receive anything after that point, after the agenda has gone out, and if any public comments are received, say by email, I would forward those to the city council. However, the sooner the better. If it comes in after 3 p.m. the day of the city council meeting, it's really hard. Although they are forwarded to you still, you may not have the opportunity to read that before the meeting. So the sooner you can get the public comments in, the better. But there is that chance to get them in before the agenda is finalized to have that part of the record and able to be viewed online by the public. So.
Great. So would you say that by Wednesday of the week before city council?
I'd say yes, Wednesday, the week before the meeting, Tuesday, Wednesday. I wouldn't go any later than that.
Okay. Thank you, Regina. Patty, you had a question?
I was beginning to wonder, since we're getting so many on the day of our meetings, if maybe people are thinking that, they have to submit them on that day. I don't know, but I would think they'd know, but maybe not.
Well, exactly. That's why I wanted Regina just to just to reiterate that, so that, we do get them hopefully in a timely fashion. They can be part of the record. People can link to them to be able to read those. But we all do read them if they come in later. But yes, if they come in at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon of a city council meeting, it's very difficult for us to get to those as we're preparing for the council meeting later that evening. So that's just, we'll still get to them, but it may not be prior to the meeting depending on the timing of those. Okay, so with that, we'll move to item 7.2, which are oral communications.
Public comment is now open for item 7.2. Let's start with Mandy R. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mandy.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
I just wanted to comment. I noticed that we have some windows being broken out downtown, and I haven't seen anything, from the police department. Of course, I usually look for the updates on Facebook and whatnot. So I noticed KFC had a window busted out. The old Caldwell Banker, I don't know, it's probably a new real estate office. And then I also noticed that Mel's had a window that's like basically cracked. And then I also heard that Man Cave got broken into. So it seems like we got some issues going on downtown. Do you guys know anything about that?
Okay, well, it's not a question and answer session, but if you have any other further comments?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Now taking public comment from Jane McGinnis.
Good evening, Jay.
Hi, Michael. Hi, all of you wonderful people. I wanted to revisit the topic of families living in their cars. We've got 850 children in the local school systems that are homeless, and many of them are living with their families in their cars, but it is illegal to park on the streets or any other public property overnight. These are no parking zones. So I am really praying that we're going to be able to find somewhere in the city or in the county, hopefully it's going to be a joint effort, to find a place where cars can safely park at night. And I am really praying that some effort is going to be expended in this direction, because it's going to be a very ugly winter, and it's hard enough to live in a car without being told every hour that you have to move on. So I would just like to bring that up again and put it out in front, and hopefully it's in the front of all of our minds. We have to do something for these families with children, because even if we were fortunate enough, and praise God, we may be, to have some kind of a shelter this winter, many of these families are not going to be able to bring their children into a shelter environment, nor would many of them be willing to do so, because it's not a peaceful, easy, clean, and quiet environment. I think we all know that. It's a challenge. So hopefully there is some place within the city that cars could be parked overnight safely without expending any public employee time. And I'm hopeful that we're going to find one. And I hope you guys are looking for one, because it's going to be desperately needed. The other thing I wanted to add for Chief Joe, have you received any cookies yet?
All right, thank you for those comments.
Now taking public comment from Ed Ingram.
Good evening, Ed.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, council members. It's kind of a little ironic thing here going on. The last council meeting, my wife had mentioned that the activity at the bus station has increased, and was hoping for some more additional units, probably just driving through and checking things out. Well, following that, on last Friday, our home was entered by an individual unknown during the day between the hours of 11 and 7 p.m. They left their sleeping bag in our kitchen and a few other items outside, and retrieved a bag of birthday cards for our grandson that we had found in the bus station. So it's kind of ironic, we're not crying wolf. We really need some additional patrols through this Clay Street bus station and controlling these other individuals coming into the area. And I just been notified that there was a car stolen last night at the Cottonwood Senior Apartments. So I don't know if these things are all related to one or another, but there's a lot of activity going on that my wife had mentioned, and was hoping that we can get some additional coverage and just inspecting and seeing what's going on with these individuals here locally, because we were intruded by someone, and hopefully we can find that out sooner or later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram.
There's another hand raised, Mr. Mayor, under Ed Ingram's name, and I'm wondering if that might be Tammy. So,
yes, council members, this is Tammy. I was calling to, sorry, Eddie's phone was making noise too. I was calling to let the council members know that the city maintenance crews did some fire prevention work on Locust Street within the last couple days, and I just want to say they did an awesome job, and just really support everything you guys are trying to do and helping and with all the fire preventions. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Tammy.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Evening, Kathy. Hey, Kathy, you still muted? Kathy, are you there?
Mr. Mayor, I can skip ahead to the next caller
Sure.
if you'd like. Okay. We'll now take public comment from Kirk Smith.
Good evening, Kirk.
I don't see the little window to unmute myself. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, so Mayor Saragosa, I wanted to talk about microphones. It used to be that there were at least 5 up there on the dais. Now there's only 1. And apart from you, it's very hard to hear the others. Mark Acuna, for example, has a well-modulated booming voice, but it's now, like the others, muffled. When it comes to Cleve Morris, you might as well forget it because we can't hear. When I came down after first raising this a couple months ago, I came down and looked in the window and his microphone and those on the back must have been at least 2 feet from him. So if you've got a problem paying for more microphones, let us know and we'll make some donations. But right now it's very difficult to hear you, and it's not so much the volume, it's that it sounds muffled, like the other council members are calling from a closet. So let us know what we can do for you. Be glad to buy you some microphones.
Thanks, Kirk.
All right, we'll try Kathy Lishman again. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Kathy. It looks like she might have lowered her hand. We'll go with caller 857.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Hey, just a couple of items. I know that you're doing the project on Upper Broadway from Schnell School up, but if somebody could please fill some potholes in front of Jim Boy's, it is insane. I know it might be wasted money. If they're going to get on it next week, don't do it. But if it's going to be more than a week, just please throw something in there. It is absolutely insane in front of Jim Boy's. And the other one was, it is rapidly becoming the hangout near the caboose for the homeless and the hoodlum type people. And it's getting very visible from Highway 50. This is where all of the Bay Area, Sacramento, the Valley come through our town, and they look over there and go, hey, Placerville's just like our piece of junk city. So if anything the city can think of to move these people along, if cars aren't allowed to park with families in them, working homeless for an hour, then these people need to be shuffled out every hour. They're also near a watershed, which could be in violation of a city ordinance. So anything you can do to not let this become the new magnet right there where God and everybody can see it, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael.
Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Evening, Jonathan.
Good evening, Mayor Saragosa and the City Council. Consider you all friends and family. And I, been a million-mile traveler, been all over Europe 5 times, etc., in every state except 3. We live in such an exceptional, beautiful and well-managed city and county. And I'm very blessed sitting out in my backyard looking at these 150-foot pines today and feeling the gentle breeze. Being the first day of fall or autumn, you probably know that in the vein of what I've been talking from my heart, that the rain, the snow, the sleet, the ice is coming. And I'm glad that the city, county signed a joint agreement to work toward a navigation or a life change center. I'd like to have some agendifying of the meetings of the 2x2, the 2 from the city, 2 from the county meeting. I don't know if it's monthly or not. June 26th, the headlines of the Mountain Democrat said, no nomadic shelter this winter. The question mark. Now there's absolutely no question. I would like to see a public declaration for Pig and Don Vandekar, and for the 8 years that the churches and the citizenry have done a nomadic shelter. I hope that you all know that Upper Rum and the Western Slope Organization to End Homelessness and for Affordable Housing is looking at finding a property to purchase for a nomadic shelter this winter. I hope that you all are praying for them and are willing to work with them and make whatever session you can to assist them in getting a shelter open, because November 1st is coming and Placerville and El Dorado County will have no shelter for our 612 homeless. And we are an excellently run city and county. We've got to have some shelter for the homeless. We cannot treat our animals and pets better in the inclement weather. We cannot treat our animals better than the homeless, the least, the last, and the lost. Voiceless have to have a voice. And your heartbeat with God's love in it is that voice. God bless you. Thanks for doing the right thing, for being excellent leaders of our city and community. God bless.
Thank you, Jonathan.
All right, last call. Let's go. Last call for item 7.2, oral communications items that are not on the agenda. And we'll take 206965.
Hello, Sue Rodman here. Can you hear me?
We can. Good evening, Sue.
Good evening. I've noticed with cooler weather, this is an opportune time for Placerville to accomplish some progress on city property and rights of way for hazardous vegetation reduction work. I'm glad to hear about the work on Locust Street. And now is a good time to inventory the needs for clearing work so that after fire season ends, it will end, work can increase. Placerville could be designated a fire-wise community. And that would save on insurance premiums and may prevent some cancellations, and it would greatly improve public safety in case of fire and save lives. It is possible, so let's do it. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Sue.
I see no further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I will say, on the Ed and Tammy, I hope you submitted a police report for what you said this evening. I know the chief was listening in as well, so I think there's a connection there, but that's first and foremost should happen, so we can follow up on that. Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Any comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 8, the consent calendar. We'll start with Kirk Smith.
Evening, Kirk.
Hi there. I wanted to ask about the destruction of police documents. I looked over the list and most of them seemed very reasonable, of little value, but there's 2 questions. One is about personnel records. They've been very helpful in other communities for defense lawyers. They can also be valuable for all kinds of reasons in looking for accountability. Not that we have any of those kind of records with the police department, but that's a good thing to know about. And how did you pick the term of 4 years? In the case of lawyers, some jurisdictions require lawyers to hang on to their files for 10 years. Most doctors I know, it's 7 years. How did you pick 4 years? And what effort is there being made to exchange personnel record information with other departments and vice versa? Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk.
Now taking public comment from 206-965.
Sue Rodman again. I'd like to comment on 8.6 signage for Coleman Street. And my comments are these. This action will at least give us a least cost experiment for traffic control measures on the Highway 50 travelers' attempts to bypass our 3 stoplights after Tahoe traffic picks up again, which will happen in a couple of weeks. Almost all of the streets on the north side of the highway are narrow, winding residential streets that are not built to handle the bypass traffic well. I think a couple of lighted message boards to alert downhill traffic to street restrictions and construction would help. People tend to jump off Highway 50 at Snell School and Mosquito X's. So if they were warned that patience on 50 is likely to be faster, they may stay on 50. At least for the second trip down the hill, they may pay attention after they ignore the warning the first time and get snarled in construction and no-turn streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Last call for public comment on item 8, the consent calendar. No further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. I don't know if John or Cleve, if you had any comments on the period for the retention or destruction of records.
Yeah, I can let Mr. Driscoll, if he's available, if he can respond to that. I believe that is in accordance with state laws, how those were established. But John, could you comment on that?
Yes, I can. Generally speaking, it's 5 years is the time frame for the destruction of records. I reviewed these back, I believe it was in April of this year. The personnel records that were subject to this destruction are individuals who haven't worked for us for a long time. There was nothing, how do I want to put this, nothing remarkable in their records that would require us to maintain those for any period of time beyond the statutory limitations. So, you know, generally speaking, we don't retain those. For current employees, obviously we would. And employees who are no longer employed by the city, if it's over that 7 years, we will generally destroy them unless there was an incident or something that happened during that person's tenure that we feel we need to keep that, as the speaker indicated, just so we have a record of what happened at that point. I think if that answers your question.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Driscoll.
You're welcome.
Okay. So with that, we'll close public comments, bring it back to the council. We have a first and a second. We'll go ahead and do roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna.
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have any items pulled from the consent calendar this evening, so we'll move on to item 10, ordinances. And item 10.1, waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance authorizing the implementation of a community choice aggregation program in the city of Placerville. And I believe Mr. Morris has this for this evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. At your last city council meeting, you received a presentation from representatives from Pioneer Community Energy, who explained the program and what we're trying to do. This is a community aggregation program that will allow us to purchase energy for our community and then be distributed by PG&E through our distribution lines. This is another step in the process. This actually will not lock us into the process. We still have a couple of other actions that we'll have to take going forward, including the adoption of the ordinance at your next meeting and the adoption of a resolution in November that will put us as part of their joint powers agreement. This still has to go through all of the agencies that are part of Pioneer Community Energy. It has to go through all of them also for them to agree for us to join their joint powers. And so this is a step in moving us forward in that direction. We continue to evaluate and look at options, but we're moving it along this track so that if possible, if everything goes well, we would then be able to start this in January of 2022, as there is a one-year waiting period if we get everything accomplished prior to December 31st of this year. So there is that waiting period that we have to go through. I do have representatives from Pioneer Community Energy. Don Eckert and Sam Kane are listening in and can comment if you have any questions or if the public has any questions tonight. So with that, it's sort of custom staff that we introduced this ordinance to continue this process that we started at our last meeting. Thank you. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Cleve. Council, any questions at this moment for Cleve or for the Pioneer representatives?
What was it, just 7 days ago we had a presentation?
Yes, it's very quickly, yes.
And it was a good presentation too, so if there's any, yeah.
All right, thank you. So at this point, then we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Weird Wednesday.
Public comment is now open for item 10.1, the Community Choice Aggregation Program. We'll start with 206965.
Sue Rodman. This is clear that it's becoming part of Pioneer Community Energy will have no effect on the ongoing public safety power shutoffs from PG&E. Their memorandum of understanding clearly states it does not apply to either transmission or distribution. Generation is approximately 1/3 of my costs, and $103 a year savings is pretty disappointing. Distribution and transmission together are 2/3 of my PG&E charges, and I assume those proportions would apply for many users. However, for agriculture and business users, the savings appear to be more substantial. So I would support this action in order to support Marshall Hospital, our agriculture, and our businesses. However, the question remaining is, what is the source of Pioneer Energy's generation? Do they own electrical generation facilities? And if so, what types? If solar and wind, what are the backups when the wind is still and the sky is cloudy or smoky? Or are they really an energy broker, buying from other generation facilities and reselling to their customers? That's my main question.
Thank you, Sue.
Last call for public comment on item 10.1. We'll take Mandy R.
Evening, Mandy.
Hi again. Well, the previous caller made some great points. This kind of just seems like third-party power, and I just went and looked at the reviews, and the reviews are awful. Like, I don't know if you guys have looked at any of their reviews. They don't save money. It's a scam. The website says you can opt out, but it won't let you. Terrible, and switched us out of PG&E without our consent. Dissolve. My bill went up, not down. So I'm not sure. And like with everything going on, I just feel like we got a lot of things on our plate right now. I'm not super happy with PG&E, but my water bill is a bigger concern for me. So thanks.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 857.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Hey, just a question. So if this is a not-for-profit government organization, does it have an elected board? If you guys go forward with this, and I'm not sure if I get to choose in Placerville to be PG&E or Pioneer. Either way, if you guys are going down this path to put us into Pioneer, is there going to be an electable official that I can either run for office or vote in or vote out of office? That would be a very important question for me. Sue Rodman had some great points. If this doesn't save us from any power shutoffs, what's the point? I would like to have verifiable facts. Is this going to raise, lower, or do nothing to my rates? Right now, the power shutoffs are the biggest thorn in my side. So if it's going to do nothing about that, then I just stay with the status quo. So that's my question. Is there an electable board that we can vote people in and out of if they do things good or do things wrong? What will it actually do to my rates? Can we actually get out of this deal if it's not a good one? We all remember Enron, hopefully, from a long time ago. So things to ponder. That's it.
Thank you, Michael.
I see no further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comments and bring it back to the council. And I know there was, so our Pioneer folks, I know you heard a few of the questions from the community there. I'll give you the opportunity to maybe make some comments on those before we get into further discussion here on council.
Hi, good evening. This is Don, the Eckert Executive Director of Pioneer Community.
Hi, Don. Can you speak up a little bit louder?
Yes. Can you hear me now okay?
Better. Still
Okay.
low, but better.
Sorry, I've been having kind of audio issues today, but.
There you go. That's good.
Oh, good. Okay. So just let me answer the last question first, and that would be the elected officials part. So yes, somebody from your city council, and you folks will decide who that is, will then sit on Pioneer Community Energy's board. So that will be the representation from the community. So I think that answers that question. And then regarding the opt-out, how this works is that, and this is through legislation, everyone that joins Pioneer Community Energy will be automatically opted in, but we will be sending notifications well before the date that we launch serving you to give folks the clear instructions on how to opt out. And they can opt out at any time during the course of being a customer with Pioneer. So at any time that they're not satisfied with something that Pioneer is doing, they can opt out of Pioneer Community Energy. It's not just when we first launch. And lastly, the rates issue. One of the primary goals of joining Pioneer Community Energy is that our board is focused on rate competitiveness and rate stability. So to the gentleman's question, that is utmost importance to us, is to make sure that when you're joining us, you're receiving a value with having a competitive rate compared to PG&E, and also shoot for rate stability. I'm going to defer to Sam to talk specifically about the the lady's question on the power procurement.
Thank you. Sam, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, so I'm trying to remember the exact question. So
I think that the question was, are you a wholesaler, or yeah, but essentially where do you generate your power from? The mix, you know, if you have you know, solar and wind, you know, what do you do in the event of, you know, how do you get other energy if those aren't available at the time, evenings, things like that?
Or are they a broker?
Or are they a broker? Or are you guys a broker?
right, okay, yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate that. The so basically, the CCA does not own any assets. So we basically procure power, which means we buy power that gets delivered for our customers. So let me give a little bit of background in terms of how the whole system works in terms of California. So there's a grid in the whole system, and basically everybody that buys power or generates power, whatever, everything is all controlled by the California Independent System Operator, right? So you can look at the Cal ISO as almost like the air traffic controller. So all of the energy that's being produced or generated in the state is controlled by the Cal ISO. So whether it's solar, whether it's wind, whether it's fossil fired, whether it's nuclear, whether it's hydro, whatever it is, it's all bid, the energy is bid into the Cal ISO, and the Cal ISO is responsible for grid reliability and for distributing the energy throughout the entire grid. So that's kind of how it works. In other words, there's no single source generator that there's a direct line into Placerville. It doesn't work that way. It's all functions on an entire big grid. And I think there was a question regarding the savings on residential side that it wasn't impactful. I think it's important to focus not necessarily on the dollar amount, but I mean, it's more on the percentage savings, right? So back in October 2019, when the rates were initially passed, it was an average of 11% savings across all rate classes, which includes residential, commercial, industrial, ag, and street and lighting, for instance. So, you know, and as those amounts for residential customers saved about $15.8 million since February 2018. And commercial customers about $9.25 million, and so forth. It's on that single page attachment that Cleve has attached. So again, the focus is on the percentage savings, and that's the main driver for CCAs, at least from the Pioneer perspective, in terms of stable and competitive rates, which are important to the people. So, and just a note on the PSPS events. So, just to hammer in the fact that the value added here in this case, so it's on the generation side, but on the PSPS side, to the extent that we can help work with PG&E to help facilitate the ways to prevent PSPS events, and we've done that in Placer County. So in several ways. In one way, I've forwarded Mr. Morris the information regarding a presentation done to Placer County with respect to what PG&E has done in trying to prevent PSPS events, from microgrids to backup generation to different things they're doing to different substations. So all that work is being done, and we are the advocate, the voice to help you get through the red tape and get to the right person at PG&E to help facilitate those things. And just to end that question, there's also been, there's a great example of how that was worked out, where the city of Auburn, the city hall during a PSPS event had power on, yet the police department across the alleyway did not. So actually it was a Pioneer employee that saw that and basically worked with PG&E to figure out a way to fix help make a small connection there, so that even during PSPS events, even the police department had power on. So there are different ways that we can help. I mean, although it's not our role, it's PG&E's role to do a good job with that. To the extent that we can, we try to help out during those events. But again, the focus is on the generation side.
Thank you, Sam. I have a follow-up question on the procurement of electricity, and that is, and I'm not saying I'm advocating for this, but if the board itself wanted to, it still has to be obviously has to meet the requirements that the state puts forward, but if they wanted to procure the cheapest type of energy, I mean, could they buy coal-powered, coal-fired type of energy on the market? I'm just wondering, I mean, we're not under any obligation to have to buy, say, 100% renewable energy.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
So, in one of the questions was, there was a complaint that somebody had their energy bill actually go up. My understanding is that you treat this as a percentage discount across the board on the cost of the energy. And if one person's went up because of the cost of energy, would that mean that all of your all the payers would go up at the same time?
So I think that so the answer is usually if rates go up, it goes up. Usually most of the other rates also go up. Sometimes with the exception of a couple, but generally speaking, if they all go up, I mean, if one goes up, they pretty much all go up, and vice versa. If they all go down, if one goes down, they pretty much all go down, because it's we try to keep it that way. Like, I mean, it could be different for commercial versus residential, slightly different, but on a whole, it's about the same. But
I was bringing this up because there was one issue that somebody brought up, that there was a complaint that somebody's energy went up because of Pioneer.
Yeah, so no, that's and I know, without getting into the great details, there's a lot of what Don and I have learned is that there's a lot of information being passed around on different types of social media sites, and we're putting information out here that's we have to defend, and I can just say that what we're putting out here is real information, and that there's sometimes some issues, and we've talked to customers before where there's an issue with reading the bill, right? That they don't, when they read the bill, they don't quite understand. Like, for instance, it's see a line item that says Pioneer generation costs, and another one that says transmission costs. So, and they almost read it as if the Pioneer is an extra charge on top of that, and which is wrong, right? If it didn't say Pioneer, it would be PG&E's generation rate, generation costs. I mean, there are different, there's a lot of information out there on social media, I believe, that from what I've heard, that may not be totally accurate. So I suggest.
Wait a minute, Sam. Are you saying something on the internet may not actually be accurate?
We fight it every day, Sam.
Yeah.
We learned something new.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you guys have the similar things that throughout the state that I hear about from the next door, next door is I found a lot of stuff on there that I kind of scratched my head over. Let's put it that way.
So one last question. PG&E has a time of use during the day. They have time of use charges where you'd be charged less during the after hours and then more during the high use periods. Is that something that Pioneer does as well?
Yes. Yes. So basically, currently, whatever rates PG&E has, Pioneer offers those same rates.
Just at a discount.
But at a discount. Thank you, Don. Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Borelli.
Just on along the same lines, what about the seasonal change? Because there's, we're allotted like a lower rate at a certain time that they determine that I'm sorry?
Baseline?
I guess it's baseline, but winter and summer rates?
Yes, yeah, so whatever rates, I'm not sure I totally understand. I think I understand what you're asking, but yeah, so whatever rates they offer, whether even if it's seasonal rates, we have the same rates because we have to be able to bill accordingly.
Yeah, so the summer and those winter rates that you're talking about, those do fluctuate, but our discount does not.
Got it. Question on the solar side. So for people that have solar and they may have a certain price structure with PG&E, how does that work if they were to be, when they move into a new platform with Pioneer, if they've had they're charged so much per kilowatt with solar?
Yeah, so we have EV rates also, electric vehicle rates. And so I'm trying to see so maybe if you're talking about like NEM, net energy metering.
Yeah, the net energy. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so for net energy metering, we offer that also. And we actually pay 0.5 cent more per kilowatt hour than PG&E does for whatever you over generate.
Okay, that's good to know for all those that have solar out there. Thank you.
Good.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. Councilmember Acuna.
No, I'll just yell over Pat.
Okay.
Sam, a question for you. Your relationship with PG&E, do they look upon Pioneer as a single large commercial customer, or do they look upon you as 92,000 customers? Referring to the number of meters that you've got.
Well, I think when you say they look at us, so I think they look at us from more of just the load, but basically what our load is, because the way it works for them, it's more on the procurement basis, right? So for them, they have I don't know, say they have 1,000 gigawatt hours to procure of load, and for them it's really just okay. Well, how much less load do they have to procure for? So I think from their perspective, it's more like that. It's not necessarily the number of accounts. It's just more, again, from the procurement perspective, that's really what it's on the generation side. You just look at it from what amount less do they need to procure for? And that's why you have the whole meet and confer process that's been established with the IOUs to do that.
So when they were helping you with the City of Auburn problem, did they assign several employees, or did you have one central customer rep?
Right. I'm sorry. So yeah, if you're talking about in that case, so just to make it clear again, that's a PG&E role, right? In terms of PSPS stuff. It just so happened that we had an employee that used to be an ex-PG&E. Well, you might even know him. Do you know Chuck Heiselman?
I know the name. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he was an ex-PG&E rep, and he pretty much did a similar role in terms of that liaison between the community and PG&E related to wires issues. So he was aware of that. So he worked with PG&E on doing that. So Pioneer did not do it physically or pay for the cost, if that's what you're asking. It's just more of the.
No, I'm just looking for that internal relationship.
Yes. Yes. That's right. So it was that internal relationship that he already had. He knew who to call to do this and do that, and it helped navigate the whole process. That was the value added.
Yeah. Yeah. One other question, Sam. Obviously, Pioneer has a number of, I'll assume, short and long-term energy agreements that they've entered into.
Yes.
And I think, for our citizens here in Placerville, they're wondering, well, where's the power going to come from? And you're basically buying it, working to save the customers the most money possible and maintaining that savings rate through the year, correct?
Yes. Yes, that's right.
So it's not, you're not so much concerned about whether a windmill made it, just as long as you can lock in at the right kilowatt hour price.
Yes. Well, and we have separate contracts, right? I mean, so if we were to buy a contract with a wind farm, say a 10-year contract with a wind farm, and a certain price or certain quantity that's expected to be delivered, we expect them to deliver. We have power purchase agreements that are quite extensive and detailed to make sure that if they deliver as promised, and if not, what are the damages, et cetera, all the all the legal terms. So we have those to protect our customers as well.
And just to add to that, we also have, not to get into the details, but it's called resource adequacy. And that's capacity also that we purchase that helps with the reliability of the grid as well.
So, and then all of this is focused on maintaining low prices.
Yes, again, so we, there's a process we go through, right? We do issue requests for proposals, and we get the proposals in, and we rank them, and we go through it. We have various criteria that we go through in ranking them and sorting them, and eventually negotiating them to get the best price possible.
So Sam, and I don't know, I mean, does Pioneer own any legacy contracts akin to PG&E's that are in the renewable portfolio that are vastly more expensive now than they, when they first entered into those? Does Pioneer have any of those legacy type of contracts?
So Pioneer, we don't own any legacy contracts from PG&E, but what we do have, what we're on the hook for, though, are those some of those high price contracts through the power charge and difference adjustment. So basically, if for those high price contracts that you're talking about, those renewable energy contracts signed between, say, 2005 and all the way up to 2010, which were the most expensive times, those were the ones that so PG&E and all the IOU investor-owned utilities have worked out with the commission a power charge and difference adjustment, which is basically a way for them to share and to recoup the above market costs for the departing load. So to the extent that Pioneer had departed, so the load that it departed, that PG&E says, hey, you were part of PG&E's load at the time, we procured for you at that time. You can't just leave the the dwindling load responsible for that full amount. You have to share in those costs. So indirectly, we don't own, but indirectly we pay for those high price contracts.
Understood. But going forward under Pioneer, though, you wouldn't necessarily be obligated to for anything else PG&E might do going forward.
That's correct. That's absolutely right. So as if you already departed, if PG&E enters into any contracts now that are above market, not responsible at all. That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just a comment. I think this is a great thing. I'm excited to be taking this step. I think that the future of energy in California is going to be kind of rocky and uncertain, and the more we can do to have local officials have a seat at the table and have some local control over our energy, I think the better off we will all be. And though I would, like to see more of a discount than what it looks like we will see, I think that any discount to our residents and our businesses is a positive thing. And then, we talked a little bit about the reviews that were brought up by a speaker, and I went online to look at them, and there was about 8 reviews out of 100,000 customers, which, that's a good statistic on Pioneer's part. So with that, I would be willing to make a motion to waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance.
Thank you, council member.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second.
Couple comments.
Yes, absolutely, Councilmember Acuna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the all the questions that we've heard this evening from our residents are exactly the questions that need to be asked. I think what we need to get used to is thinking that it isn't, we are Pioneer. We will become Pioneer once this process is completed. It is our electrical purchase. We will be a part of the electrical purchasing process, brokering for ourselves. Regarding there was some concerns about opt-out, and that's all very clear. You can opt out at any time in 30 days. You can opt back in if you choose to. So, and other requirements that are required that Pioneer has and that PG&E has to maintain. The idea that there isn't any concern, they don't own any power plants, and that's a great thing. They can work the market for the best prices possible. One of the concerns I've heard from a couple of my neighbors was, well, I don't want to get another bill. You absolutely will not get another bill. You'll have one bill, you'll write one check or have one electronic transaction. All you will have is Pioneer Energy procurement on there at a lower rate. The elected officials right now, I mean, we're being asked to do this. At the same time, I would assume the board, and as I said at our last meeting, I watched a couple of the Pioneer board meetings online. All of their information is very available and very understandable online right now. So their Zoom meetings, very interesting. Then a member from this county and this city will eventually sit on a recomposed board, correct, Clave?
That's correct. I will mention that currently their plan is, with their JPA, they have 2 representatives from Placer County and 1 from each of the cities that are part of that. So that will come out in the JPA agreement that will be coming to you around November 10th. Will that be decision on how that memberships work? But we will have 1 member from the council will be on their board. So.
Right. And so this is the last thing too, to echo what Kara has just mentioned. I too went on social media and looked around several weeks ago and discovered sort of the same thing. The negative comments are out there, but they're pretty much related to the original transition time and just a lot of misunderstandings. People didn't quite understand. Everybody can, you know, that famous thing, everybody reads the story and everybody's got a different story. It looked like it had completely settled down, and I don't see any evidence at all that the customers over there aren't happy with the results and aren't happy with having local representatives in that position as a power procurer. So, and as I said earlier, I had done a lot of rate analysis on it, and I think that we might actually find, because a lot of our area is all electric, we do not have natural gas service, whereas almost all of the existing Pioneer communities do have both gas and electric. Our savings might actually be a little bit higher. So that would be, if I could ask Cleve one question, is there going to be a rate analysis once PG&E is allowed, or Pioneer is allowed to look at the PG&E documents, say, for like my usage? Will we be able to get some examples to further share that with our residents to prove the potential savings?
I'm going to defer
Yeah,
to Sam on that. Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
Go ahead, Don.
Okay, sure, thanks. Yes, absolutely. That's going to be part of, once we get past this phase of getting the filing with the CPUC next year, that's going to be part of the marketing and education is that rate analysis, as well as a lot of other information that we want to get out to your community. So absolutely.
That's great.
Thank you. So in our businesses, everybody will be able to get a chance to see what they're saving. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing me to make those statements.
Absolutely. Any other comments? I just say I like the idea of local control, even though it's not complete local control, because we still have PG&E there and we're not getting transmission. But it does allow us to have, I think, a little bit better purchasing power, which leads to better rates for our residents and for our businesses. So I'm excited about that. I think, there's always going to be that adjustment period as we go forward. And hopefully as this moves forward and we get, and we move through it, we have a good public relations effort as well to, let people really know, how this is going to happen, and so there's no surprises as we go forward. I think that the rate study and getting that information out there will be key for our residents and for our businesses. And I think this is a great thing. It's, it allows us to have a little bit better control of our destiny. I love the fact that there's that half-cent extra incentive for people that have solar on the purchase back. I think that's great, especially if more people are looking at solar. So that was thank you for that information. And then lastly, this is an opportunity for us to be part of an organization that we have no crystal ball. We don't know what PG&E is going to be in 15, 20 years, in 2 years. They're still emerging from a bankruptcy, and they still have a tremendous amount of issues. And so being part of this structure, I believe, will also give us an opportunity to have an infrastructure should one day PG&E not be PG&E, and we would have something in place. So I think it's also a good planning purpose for the city as well to have this, and potentially one day maybe have a different in a post PG&E world, if that ever is. And no, this does not necessarily stop PSPSs. Pioneer did make comments to how they were able to help Auburn with that, and we're going to continue to still do our part here, especially Councilmember Acuna with your background and holding PG&E accountable and getting the answers that we need on that front. And so we'll continue to do that. And I know we're looking at other options. I know I just got a call or an email a couple of weeks back from another firm that works that's looking at solutions for PSPSs in small communities. And so I think I forwarded an email over to Cleve to have a conversation with them. And then AmeriGas, the propane providers, want to come make a presentation to the council as well about some of the things that they're doing from propane perspective as well. So there's other options out there. There's other things that we're looking at as a city to deal with PSPS in addition to all this. So it's sort of a, all of the above strategy to try to confront these things, and also to provide, a more reliable and better price to our residents. So I feel like we can, tap our head and rub our stomachs at the same time and be able to do a couple of things at the same time. So with that, any other comments? All right, seeing none, we have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Pioneer, for answering the questions of the residents and of us. And we will continue this process. This was a sort of light speed from a Wednesday to a Tuesday on 2 items.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this is good. I like it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 11, public hearings, and to item 11.1. Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving and adopting the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 operating budget and capital improvement program budget as presented. And Mr. Warren has this for us this evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is actually the 3rd time you've seen this information, so I'll try to keep my comments brief.
Dave, you're cutting in and out a little bit. Maybe get
Just now.
Better. Thank you.
Over the past 9 months, the city's budget team, which is comprised of all department heads and the city manager, has collectively developed both the operating and capital improvement program budget in a manner that aligns with the city council's established fiscal policies and maintains essential program delivery to the greatest extent possible. Unfortunately, the city began the process with a $1.6 million general fund budget deficit due to anticipated negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The budget team worked feverishly in identifying over $900,000 in budget adjustments, leaving a remaining general fund budget deficit of $664,000. As part of the budget development process, the City Council held a budget workshop on May 13th. and staff presented departmental requests for capital outlay, equipment, conference training and travel, and the initial fiscal year 2021 operating budget, and received input from the council and public. The City Council directed staff to look at other cost containment measures, as well as other funding opportunities such as fees and grants. Approximately 71% of your general fund is personnel costs. The city's labor negotiating team began meeting with employee groups in May to discuss the general fund budget deficit and potential personnel cost savings to help offset the deficit. Because the city was unable to demonstrate a balanced budget as of June 30th, the City Council adopted a 90-day interim continuing appropriation that encompasses the period of July 1st through September 30th in order to avoid interruption to city operations. It's important to note that 56% of the general fund revenue comes from sales tax. In late August of this year, we received a sales tax results for the quarter ending June 30th, which is critical information needed to properly forecast the sales tax revenues for fiscal year 2021, considering the extremely volatile economic period we're experiencing in the pandemic and social unrest. Thankfully, the city's sales tax receipts for the second quarter performed much better than we previously expected, which resulted in an improved sales tax forecast for fiscal year 2021. The city also established and implemented a voluntary separation incentive program for employees who are considering retiring this fall. And thankfully, 9 employees have agreed to participate in the VSIP program, which will result in over $439,000 in budget savings on an ongoing basis. These two key factors resulted in the city demonstrating a balanced budget for fiscal year 2021. 2 Measure HL sales tax committee meetings were held on August 17th and 31st to discuss potential street, sewer system, and water system projects that should be constructed over the next year, as well as the establishment of construction reserves for both Measure H fund and Measure L fund. The City Council held a second budget workshop on September 2nd, and staff received additional input from the council and the public. The revised draft operating CIP budgets presented at that meeting are essentially, the budget before you tonight is essentially the same as that meeting. The City Council held a budget open hearing at its special meeting held on September 16th, and staff received additional input from the council and the public again. The council directed staff to present an operating budget and CIP budget at tonight's hearing. Other than changes made for certain recreation programs that have been canceled or deferred due to COVID-19 pandemic, both the proposed operating budget and CIP budget includes essentially the same revenue and expenditure assumptions as were discussed at the open hearing held on September 16th. If approved, the proposed operating budget will supersede the 90-day continuing budget appropriation the council approved back in June. Both budget documents are the same format as in the past years, including multi-year summaries of all aggregate operating revenues and expenditures, as well as detailed expenditure summaries for all city department divisions. The proposed operating budget is balanced and totals $19,902,496, of which $8,821,185 is for general fund purposes. The proposed general fund budget is $496,660, or 5.33% less than last year's budget. The proposed CIP budget totals $915,000 and includes projects from the water reclamation digester number 1 servicing to the Benham Street pavement rehabilitation project. Staff plans on returning to the council on October 27th with recommendations for establishing the 2 new construction reserves for both Measure H, Measure L funds, and the associated policies for the use of those funds. As a reminder, the budget is a living document that can be revised at any time by the council. We will continue to monitor the city's financial performance on a quarterly basis and recommend any necessary revisions to the council. I would like to publicly thank the budget team, city employees, and the city council for once again working together to balance this year's budget, which is a responsible plan for operating the city over the remaining 9 months of this fiscal year and an investment in the future. I also want to thank the Measure HL Sales Tax Committee for their help in developing the proposed CIP budget. So with that, I respectfully request the council to approve both the operating budget and CIP budget as presented. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions for Mr. Warren?
We'll be coming back with a mid-year in January as well.
Typically, we come back in March. The mid-year budget is based on the December 31st. You're right, the date in which we measure, but it takes us a few months to calculate the accruals and reviewing our forecasts for the next 6 months. So I would expect that at your first meeting in March.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 11.1, the 2021 operating and CIP budget. Now taking public comment from 206-965.
Hi, it's Sue Rodman again. I think Dave Warren has done a great job to keep the city solvent in this very unpredictable time. Our hometown staff too deserves our applause and thanks for their efforts to keep us all moving forward together. By staying nimble and conservative, we will get through this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from 857.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Hey, so once again, Mr. Warren is saving Placerville over many, many, many years of downturns and crashes and COVID. And it's absolutely amazing. Everyone should go read his letter to the city council on how he explains how things are, cuts made. The language is so, everyone can read it. It's not in governmentese. Everyone can completely understand what is going on. He explains it in such a basic and great way for the people. And times are tough, but hopefully, I don't know who's on that list of people that are retiring. I sure hope Dave Warren isn't one of them, because if it is, I'm gonna sell my house tomorrow and leave.
He's not.
That's all. Right on. Thank you, Dave. Good night.
Thank you, Michael.
Don't leave now, we're just getting the street. No.
Last call for public comment on item 11.1. No further comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2021 budget.
I'd like to second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any comment?
I've got a comment.
Yes, Councilmember Taylor.
Well, as some of our speakers have alluded to, we were in a pretty tough situation a couple of months ago with the budget. It was looking really scary. And thanks to Dave's financial leadership, we're in such a good place today. And also all of the sacrifices that our department heads made to their own departmental budgets. They took deep cuts to get us to a balanced budget, and also all the people that opted for the early retirement program. So it was a big effort to get to where we were. And we were fortunate that we had some good luck with the sales tax numbers coming in much better than we thought. But that was just luck and a lot of hard work from our staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, so we have a first and a second.
Comment if you're not going to comment.
Go ahead.
All right. I commented at our last meeting, which was just a few days ago. We had worked our way through this. And And I appreciate the callers this evening recognizing the work that Dave Warren has done over the years, and all of the department heads and our city manager have done over the years. And yeah, we thought 2008 was scary, and then 2020 came along. And this is frightening. I think Mr. Drovich may have an idea about running out of town.
Where's he gonna go?
I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out. But seriously, this is another amazing job done by the dedicated members of this city. Every single employee understands, I think, the importance of what's gone on and how it's impacted our town. And I think we're blessed to be able to stand here as solidly as you can in 2020 and with a balanced budget. And as I said at the last time I discussed this, I would also urge the public to keep in mind the price of balancing that budget. Because every one of these departments, every one of these department managers, and any one of our big facilities, and our police department, our wastewater plant, have all sacrificed very much needed, maintenance and upgrades and what have you. We've put off and we've delayed again, and we thank those 9 employees, but that's 9 people that we were still fighting to get back to our 2008 employee status. So we still don't have 100 employees in this town. So I'm sure that this group, however, has the ingenuity and the creativity to keep the operation running, despite what this year might throw at us yet. So just please keep that in mind, that this has been a very difficult, and it's going to continue to be difficult as we steadily work our way out of this. And I'm sure that Dave Warren will have glowing numbers the next time the state sends him the third quarter review, which will be the late Christmas present.
Yes, and I think that's the key here is, we always take it quarter by quarter, but it's even more so underlined, circled, and whatever you want to say in terms of how we're going to approach this and being able to toggle back, if we need to. And Council Members Acuna is exactly right. It isn't without pain that this budget is being passed in terms of what we're not going to be able to do because of less revenue and because we are losing staff, and we're still not where we'd like to be at with our police department as well. And Chief Wren knows this well. Our officers are extremely busy with being where we're not historically have been staffed at the officer level. So this budget is, as Councilmember again said, is not without pain, but it is balanced, and that is great credit goes to the staff. And as Vice Mayor mentioned before, some of our predecessors as well, that including Councilmember Borelli and Kuna has taken, I think, a very conservative approach to our finances so that we don't end up overextending ourselves when we have, a downturn like 2008 or a pandemic that nobody could have, foreseen in 2020. So just wanted to make those comments.
That's a point I wanted to bring up too. And, it's not just our staff and us, and our citizens have suffered too. Look at all the little kids that didn't get to go swimming this year, and all the things that we've had to close down, programs, that normally we would have had. So we've really, really, really given up a lot, and I don't think people really realize it. If you don't have a child, you don't think about those things. But anyway, I appreciate balancing the budget, but I just at what cost, and thank God for Dave did it. However, I'm going to look at the positive side. Home Depot is still selling things like crazy. Our restaurants are opening up. I believe we're going to have our cannabis sales shops, which will add to our sales tax revenue. So all kinds of good things coming up, and that's what we need to focus on, I think.
We got Dave Warren.
That's true.
I think there's one other group that is probably goes a little unrecognized, and those are the people that pick up the pieces when we have a shortage in staffing.
There you go.
When we have reduced staffing, and I think the entire workforce of the city of Placerville does it in such a way that most people do not recognize.
Right.
That we've had a shortage, and yet they're putting in double time at times and working hard to pick up some of the areas where, you know, whether we've had reduced staffing or reduced hours, or we've had to cut expenses where we're not maintaining we don't have the maintenance budgets and they're having to do extra work to maintain. There's a lot of things that are going on right now. There's a lot of things going on right now that are keeping our city going, that people don't recognize, with less of a budget and less staffing.
Yep, thank you, Dennis.
I think it's because they do such a good job, Dennis,
oh,
that we don't see it.
It's your dedication.
Yep.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
real quick, there was a comment made in regards to the budget message letter in the budget document. And I got to give credit where credit's due. Mr. Morris actually wrote that, and he did a great job. So it was definitely a team effort by everybody involved, and I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Cleve.
Nice job.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call roll call.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, everybody, and that's right. And
Thank you, Dave.
all right, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 11.2. I will go backwards.
12.5.
You want to get out of here?
Yeah. 11.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Placerville adopting rates for the collection of solid waste and recycling within the City of Placerville franchise area. And Mr. Morris has this report for us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I've asked Mr. Rivas to handle this item, so he'll be taking this one tonight.
Okay, Mr. Rivas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. In accordance with the city ordinance and the city's agreement, franchise agreement with El Dorado Disposal, we're asking the council to consider an annual rate increase based on the company's performance and the allowable increases. This rate increase is typically based on two factors: the consumer price index for California and the producer price index for number 2 diesel fuel. Attached to this report are the data sheets showing the calculation of these two indexes that's outlined in the ordinance. The consumer price index increase is at 3%, and the fuel adjustment is 0.27%, for a net adjustment of 3.27%, which equates to an increase of 74 cents. In addition to the consumer price index and the fuel cost increases, a recycling adjustment of 19 cents is also added, and that's based on the additional cost of recyclable goods. The commodity now, which used to bring a revenue source to El Dorado Disposal, is now a cost to El Dorado Disposal. An adjustment for the cost of 3.23% to upgrade the current the materials recovery facility, the MRF, which I understand that the mayor and council member Borelli toured last Friday, is currently underway, and the additional cost for upgrading that facility is 73 cents. And then a pass-through county surcharge in the amount of 56 cents. And this is based on a $2.70 per ton charge through materials that go through the MRF. And that cost has been static since 1996. So just to kind of put this in perspective, for residential customers, say your average customer with a 35-gallon container, this amounts to a total of $2.22 per month increase. The current rate that's paid by residential customers is $22.70, and that will increase to $24.92. To look at a typical commercial customer with a 2-yard waste service, the current rate is $181.07. This amount will be adjusted to $200.17, which basically amounts to an increase of $19.10 per month.
And the summary, a more detailed summary is included in your staff report. And of course, the detailed fee rates showing the various indexes and all the different fees that are broken out both for residential and commercial are attached as Exhibit A to your resolution. So one thing I want to emphasize is that also attached to the report is what's called the Crow Report. The county felt that it was important to have a third-party consultant evaluate the costs associated with the upgrades to the materials facilities, to the material recovery facility. And that Crow Report is attached to your staff report. Also, you have the original letter from Eldorado Disposal dated March 12th of 2020, making the request for the fee adjustments, which also provides for the documentation showing the consumer price index and the fuels index increases. And it also included is the PowerPoint presentation that's going to be presented to you following my report by Eldorado Disposal staff. We have Jeff England and Sarah Vieira that are here to provide that PowerPoint presentation. And then later on, if you wish, we also have Greg Stanton. He's the Director of Environmental Management with El Dorado County. And he is here also to answer any questions that the council may have in regards to the county pass-through fee. And that fee again pays for a variety of different services provided countywide by county environmental management, such as the Union Mine landfill, oversight of the materials recovery facility, and general management of the waste programs throughout the county in general. That fee being applied pretty much equally to all the jurisdictions within the county. So with that, unless the council has any direct questions of staff, I'd like to turn it over to Jeff and Sarah to provide a PowerPoint presentation to you.
Okay, any questions for Pierre? Okay, yeah, let's go ahead with Eldorado Disposal presentation.
Okay, thank you, Pierre. Thank you, Pierre. That was a very nice summary, and we'll see if the visual pops up. If not, you'll simply be spared my mug, but we're hoping to get the PowerPoint pulled up for you. We're working on that right now.
Yep, it's up.
It's up. Okay, terrific. All right, very good. All right, well, why don't we go ahead? Just very briefly with the overview, we're typically we'd be meeting in May or June, and we'd be talking about prior year. This year we'll be doing that, reviewing 2019, but also looking at some of what's occurred this year, and then taking a look down the road. So what I'd like to start with is what we all know, the shift that occurred last March and how we were able to react to COVID-19. One of our first big tasks, as you know, we are proud of the fact that we've got a customer service office that is local, and we were able to get our customer service reps to be able to work from home when shelter in home took place. And we've also been able to do what we need to do to keep our drivers and the community safe. Knock on wood, we've had no COVID infections with the hauling company, drivers, customer service folks there. Some of the adjustments that we identified that we needed to make right away with what occurred with shelter in place was the big shift in volume. And we saw that what was occurring with people frankly coming home. And so we reacted by enabling households to do an extra bag of trash free for the first month of shelter in place. And then the other big task that we had was working with our commercial customers who clearly were greatly impacted, and enabling things up to and including on-call service so that they could call and we could adjust our schedules to meet their needs relative to the changes that were occurring in customer world. Also, as you can see in the pictures there, a couple of examples of the community support that we received. One of the nice things that occurred
with shelter in place is kids and people seeing us working. We had a lot of great relationships that have developed with kids and families out in the communities, seeing us work out there. And that's been one of the rewarding aspects of all the craziness that's occurred the last few months. So in Placerville, we're right at 3,000 customers, residential customers there in Placerville proper. We provide trash, recycle, and yard waste service. As you know, we also do the 2 community cleanup events each year. And last year in 2019, over 100 tons of various materials were pulled out of residences in Placerville for free at the 2 community cleanups that we did last year. With all the changes in recycling, clearly education and outreach is a huge piece of what we do. We definitely own the need to shift people's perceptions about what's appropriate to recycle. For years and years, we told folks, put it into the recycle cart, we'll sort it and take care of it for you. And because of what's occurred with the change in China, we now have to be very specific. And so our education and outreach programs are all the more critical, including an OOPS tag program where our drivers are able to identify contamination and then enable a call to customers. Something else that we'd like to point out on our outreach is the commercial outreach that we did so that Placerville is AB Assembly Bill 1826 compliant. That is a commercial food waste mandate from the state. 39 Placerville businesses are composting their food waste. We have an 82% compliance rate for AB 1826. And I'm proud to say that the city of Placerville and El Dorado County, along with the city of Elk Grove, have the 3 highest compliance rates in the Sacramento region, according to Cal Recycle. So let's get into the rate components. The first piece, as Pierre alluded to, being related to the Consumer Price Index. And these are based on our performance measures, which we're contractually obligated to provide. I'd like to identify that our missed pickup rate with about 3,000 customers in Placerville means that we have about 156,000 trash service opportunities every year. And one of the things that we're tracked on is our missed pickup rate. And as you can see there, we hit that again this last year. Our customer service folks nailed it on our call answer times, on our complaints, litter. We made our performance measures there. And we are also timely with our reporting, all the more important this year to get all the data that we pull and provide to Cleve so that he can be timely with all the reporting that he has to do to Cal Recycle. The CPI rate adjustment, as Cleve alluded to, 74 cents per month for a 35-gallon cart and $5.92 for a 2-yard commercial customer per month. So the recycle piece, kind of a continuation of the conversation that we had last year. Again, what the chart here identifies is that back in 2015, we were actually being paid about $50 a ton for all of the recycled materials that were coming out of the carts with the yellow lids and commercial bins with the yellow lids in Placerville. We now pay about $100 a ton to process that material. And as this slide identifies specific to Placerville, the 972 tons of recyclable material that we pulled from the city of Placerville cost us $75,631 to process last year. We're asking for a residential customer with a 35-gallon cart, which is the vast majority of Placerville customers, for 19 cents a month to help cover that cost, and $2.88 a month for a commercial customer with a 2-yard bin on a monthly basis. The next rate component that we want to address, as Pierre referenced, is the MRF rebuild. And I do want to thank Mayor Saragosa and Councilmember Borelli for coming out last week and taking the tour and seeing again what an action-packed area we have with the MRF and all the different programs that are going on there. Really see very clearly how critical the need for us to rebuild the MRF is, and also get to see the vision for the future that we have there with our plans. So thank you for coming out. We really appreciate that. So back in 2015, we committed, El Dorado Disposal committed to El Dorado County that we would cover the $8 to $12 million estimate to build the MRF that we had in hand back in 2015. What we've had occur since then are really three critical items that have caused us to have to delay construction and significantly impact that original cost estimate. In 2020, earlier this year, we received a new cost estimate to do the MRF that presently stands at $25.6 million. Our ask is for rate assistance to help cover 12 million of that additional costs. So again, in 2015, we committed to covering the initial 12 million cost associated with the MRF. And the three things that have occurred that have significantly changed our plans there. First, a lime issue identified, as many of you know. The MRF sits where an old lime kiln and plant used to sit. We had an awful lot of lime deposits underneath the facility. Weber Creek is nearby, and having identified those issues, State Water Board and the county became involved, and we just this last year completed a soil and remediation project that took us until just the last few months to complete. And unfortunately, that time obviously held up being able to move to other elements of the construction, and clearly were a significant cost increase unto themselves. The other variable is that what that time that we also identified subsequent to the original estimate that the building that we are working in now was substandard from a snow weight roof ability, and therefore was not going to meet code. And what that meant was that the original estimate where we reused that facility had to be thrown out and restarted. And so we now are now in a demolition and rebuild mode, which meant that all of the soft costs and estimates all had to be redone again. And so what you see there is a picture of what the new MRF will look like. Among the great benefits are going to be a separation in the lines where the public and our trucks will be coming through, and separate buildings that will greatly enable efficiency moving through there. And so then the other part that raised the cost on the MRF is simply time. The fact of the soil remediation, the need to get re-permitted and have to get plans redone again meant that in an active economy, we have significantly higher costs for contractors and all of our bid estimates. And so those are really the three key variables that identify why our current estimate is at 25.6 million. And again, our rate ask is assistance with 12 million of that. What that translates into is 73 cents per month for a 35-gallon cart customer and $5.85 for a 2-yard customer. So as Pierre alluded to, the county advised, and quite rightly, that a third-party verification would be a good idea for those two rate requests. Crow LLP Consulting is familiar with, works with the county. They work with the county to identify our rate review process every 3 years. They're quite familiar with our operations there, and they did an extremely detailed look at both of those rate requests and identified that in gathering tonnage and recycling data from us, that the burst request as well as the recycle quest are warranted and reasonable. And so you've got the Crow report there, and certainly encourage you, if you haven't had a chance, to take a look at it, please. So another part of the rate component that came in, and this is where Greg Stanton with the county is certainly welcome to come in and walk us through this part of it. Greg, are you there, and would you like to step in?
Yes, sir. Happy to do so.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Greg Stanton, Director of Environmental Management with the County of El Dorado.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let me just start by saying that I recognize and am sensitive to the fact that no one likes the cost of services to increase, and especially not during a pandemic. Having said that, on August 25th, the Board of Supervisors approved the Fifth Amendment to the county's franchise agreement with El Dorado Disposal. That included an increase of the pass-through surcharge paid by El Dorado Disposal to environmental management on all waste sent from the MRF to a landfill. The increase in the surcharge results in a rate increase, I believe Pierre said 56 cents per month for, I think, a 35-gallon cart, which equates to 13 cents per pickup, as well as an increase to commercial and MRF gate rates. The $2.70 per ton surcharge was established back in 1996 when the existing MRF became operational through a franchise agreement between the county and El Dorado Disposal. The pass-through cost of that surcharge was incorporated into the county's and the city's rates at that time. That surcharge has not been increased since 1996, or almost 25 years. The surcharge was established to support solid waste programs and the Union Mine landfill. It was also established to incentivize El Dorado Disposal to bury less waste and to recycle more. Please keep in mind the historical context back in 1996. Assembly Bill 939, the Integrated Waste Management Act, was passed in 1989. AB 939 mandated that all jurisdictions divert 25% of previously disposed waste from landfilling by 1995 and 50% by the year 2000. Jurisdictions all over the state, including the county and the city of Placerville, were struggling to meet this unfunded state mandate, and neither the county nor the city met the 95 or the 2000 goal on time, as programs are still being developed. In regard to the current environmental management solid waste programs, the department funds the local enforcement agency, or LEA, which in our case is Placer County, for the inspection and permitting oversight of both the El Dorado Disposal MRF and the MRF in South Lake Tahoe, as well as about 20 or so old closed dump sites throughout the county, including one in the city of Placerville. That current contract is a 5-year contract, is $625,000. Environmental management is also responsible for multiple solid waste diversion programs, the countywide solid waste management plan, regulatory compliance with various solid waste related state mandates, and reporting to the state. Environmental management also administers several grants, such as the Tire Amnesty Grant, which provides for the free disposal of tires at the material recovery facility for county and city residents. But the real significant driver behind the surcharge is the Union Mine landfill. The closure costs for the active portion of the landfill are fully pre-funded at $2.7 million. The 30-year post-closure cost to maintain the 33-acre portion of the closed site, as well as the 6-acre portion once closed, is currently set at $16.3 million and is not pre-funded. In addition, the Water Board is now requiring the county to pre-fund the closure of what's called the Class 2 surface impoundment, which is basically a 2 million gallon catch basin for landfill leachate. And that cost is $173,000. Ongoing solid waste related revenues, which include the CSA 10 solid waste parcel assessments, as well as the El Dorado Disposal surcharge, will be used to maintain the Union Mine landfill site. And it should be noted that the Union Mine landfill was used by all of the residents and businesses in Placerville and the county since 1962 when it was legally permitted, but was also used by everyone as an illegal dump going back to the early 1940s. The unfortunate reality is that we are obligated by the state to maintain the site for decades to come at a significant cost. I am therefore respectfully requesting your consideration and hopefully approval of the rate increase component related to the county's increase to the surcharge that is remitted to environmental management by El Dorado Disposal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. So the next slide up is not an item that is before the council tonight, but it is our intention to bring it before the council at the earliest opportunity, friendly agenda permitting. But we do want to roll this out for you so that you can begin considering. What we are proposing in the spirit of helping the city with its vegetation management ordinance and fire safety vegetation management are looking to enhance our residential curbside green waste program. As you know, we already provide a 4 carts for free system whereby many residents already are able to utilize a trash cart and a recycle cart and potentially 2 green waste carts. And so I wanted to remind folks of their ability to do that now, especially as it relates to fire safety. The changes that we'd like to make is to offer a voucher program that would enable customers to call in to our office to set up a pre-scheduled curbside pickup of up to 30 40-gallon bags or bundles of green waste. And so this would be a curbside once-a-year program that we believe would greatly enable fire-safe projects there, and that is part of what we'd like to roll out and make available for this next year. The other change that we're asking is a shift to compostable bags for the curbside program or for any extras. What we would ask is that plastic bags do not go into green waste carts ever because they are trash. Our vendor, the guy who takes our green waste now, considers plastic bags trash. We do not get diversion credit for them, and it's significantly more expensive for us to have it processed. Many of the jurisdictions around El Dorado County, including Auburn and many in Placer and Sacramento County, have banned plastic bags and green waste. We believe that this is critical for diversion and also to prepare us for what's coming with home organics and Senate Bill 1383. The last piece that we want to bring up specific to our curbside green waste is that we have great community partnerships with the Fire Safe Council, the County Vegetation Management Program, and City of Placerville Vegetation Management there for defensible space. All right. So this slide identifies the rate components and the examples that we alluded to earlier. It takes you through a 35-gallon customer and the different rate pieces, and that our current rate being at $22.70 for a 35-gallon cart, and that the total change would bring it to $24.92 or a $2.22 per month shift in the residential rates for a 35-gallon customer. On the commercial front, the various rate components add up to a change from $181.07 to a final rate of $200.17, or a monthly change for a 2-yard commercial customer of $19.10. Again, there's our OOPS tag program for education and outreach at Commingle, the voucher program we're hopeful to bring before you for a vote this year to implement next year. And then you go to the next one. Senate Bill 1383, which we all need to be preparing for. This is home food waste and home organics and business organics programs. And so what we want to make sure that you are acutely aware of is that 2022 is the implementation deadline for home food waste and recovery programs. 2024, the city shoulders an enforcement burden specific to these programs. And I'd also like to identify that in 2021, we will be running neighborhood pilot programs in order to really get the ball rolling and identify operationally what is going to work best in El Dorado County. And I'd also like to add that we do not plan rate increases or any rate impact until 2022 specific to these changes that are coming. But we do want to let you know that they will be impactful and to get out ahead of that, and that we are working very hard to be compliance ready when home organics programs hit in 2022. And that is our presentation. We're happy to field any questions that you good people may have for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff and Greg, for the presentation. Council, any questions at this moment? Okay, seeing none.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Taylor.
I was wondering, with the increase to the cost of recycling and handling waste, if there was any legislation that you're aware of coming down from the state to kind of tackle the problem at the source. For instance, every day I get tons of junk mail in the mail that go directly into the garbage cans that I don't want. When I get a package in the mail, it's often a box and a box and a box wrapped in plastic. And I was just wondering if there's any talk or legislation that looks at kind of tackling it at the headwaters.
So we're involved. This is Sue Vandelinder with El Dorado Disposal. We're involved on the pre-packaging and packaging side of things. Sarah's involved with one of the councils in Sacramento. Definitely, we are looking at ways to either reduce packaging or reduce, like you said, the kind of junk mail that you're getting. So it's a work in process. I mean, there have been some changes to reduce the amount of I'm going to call it trash that's associated with the packaging. But that's a slow process because, as you know, the state has to get the industry to agree, and that takes time. So, but we are working on that front, as well as others across the state.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Borelli.
While Sue's got the microphone, another thing we talked about the other day when we were out there is the hard plastics. And another thing that I believe, Sue, you said you're trying to get eliminated, right?
The hard plastics?
Yeah, the hard, that were you said they were so hard to dispose of.
Oh, yes. So, yes, great question. What we were referring to, Councilmember Borelli, was the film plastic. So film plastic, any type of plastic bag, any type of shrink wrap, those kinds of plastics or plastics that are attached to cardboard, we're working along with others in the state to try and eliminate those types of materials from the stream, because unless you have a large amount of film that's all combined together separately from everything else, it ends up in the trash. So all that film plastic, all it does is tie up equipment, wrap around equipment, and contaminate recycling.
Thank you, Sue.
And council members, if I could just add, I want to say it's Senate Bill 59 and Assembly Bill 1080, but I may have the numbers wrong, that is slowly moving through the legislature that basically will mandate that single-use plastic utensils be compostable. And there's been other legislation that's been proposed that hasn't moved much, but I would expect more to come back that's going to deal with this problem, either from an extended producer responsibility type of legislation or recycled content or compostability.
Thank you. Yeah, all those bills will have to start from scratch again in the next session. We just ended our two-year session. So let's go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 11.2, solid waste and recycling rates, and we'll start with Kathy.
Good evening, Kathy.
First, I have to apologize. I had left the room. I do not know why my name came up earlier, but I do apologize.
We thought you were messing with us, Kathy.
I know I wasn't. I was shocked when I came back and saw that you were calling me. Anyway, my bill is automatically paid, and so I don't receive the updated information. So I guess I would have to wonder how El Dorado Disposal is getting the information out to people. If you don't look at their website and you don't get a bill with a flyer, maybe they could email stuff to the people that get the bills that tell them what the latest is, because it kind of is always changing what is recyclable and what's not. As far as junk mail goes, whenever I have gotten junk mail in the past, I always call them and ask them to take me off of their list. I hardly ever get any mail anymore, and that is probably a very good thing, unless someone wants to send me a check. A few years ago, we were promised organic waste or composting, but that never happened. So I'm interested in hearing about that. I wanted to say also the community cleanup days that the city of Placerville holds are not just for city residents. So it's not city residents that are creating all of that garbage that you're talking about. It's open to anybody, and county residents also come. And so I'm not sure how drivers identify the oops. If people put stuff in the garbage, I don't even know how they would know, and I'd like to know that. Then I might have missed it, but I wasn't sure when the MRF was going to be rebuilt. But in the last 6 months, probably since the virus, it takes a really long time up at the MRF, and the only thing I ever go up there for is to take hazardous waste. And you have to wait in the long line for a super long time to even get up there, to get over to the right, and then you have to wait. And it's very confusing and complicated now. And there's never anyone that comes up to you and tells you what to do. And the last time that we went, another customer bawled my husband out because she thought he had cut in front of her. And it was very confusing. Anyway, there needs to be the organization up there. And I went up there probably 2 times before we went. The first time we went, it took an hour. Then I went up there 2 times and left because the line was almost all the way out to Highway 49. And then we went one time and it was successful, but my husband got bawled out by somebody who thought he cut in front of them. So I'm not sure about that, what's going on up there, but I think it could be organized better for the public. And so that's why I would just like to share this information with the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Now taking public comment from 857.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Okay, I have nothing really good to say about Waste Connections. That is the investor-owned, publicly traded company that El Dorado Disposal is part of. They are asking us to fund their capital improvements. That needs to be borne by the investors, not the ratepayers, right? And I need somebody to look into the contract with Placerville to see if they can even legally charge us for those things. So please either postpone this and figure it out, But if they are asking for multi-millions of dollars to upgrade their facilities, which are very, very poorly run, and pay for the old dump, and we all know a lot of the state regulations are increasing the costs on them, but there is no reason ratepayers should be paying for a publicly traded company. That is on those investors. We don't need to make them richer. That's the risk they take when they buy that stock. As it is for the dump, they have almost zero management. They've got one single line that all the time goes out to Highway 49. You could spend an hour and a half waiting in line over there. Someone should have figured out they need at least 2 or 3 lines: green waste, dump, recyclable, but no one over there has figured that out. They owe me many hours of my life sitting in that line. The other thing too is, if we're going with recycling food waste, am I going to have now another can in my driveway for that? I already have 4 cans. Am I now going to have 5 cans? We're talking about square footage. Can I charge them rent for taking up my yard with all these cans? But seriously, this company is very unfriendly people at the MRF. No one has figured out a single line does not work. And you really need to figure out, do we owe them for capital improvements under our contract?
30 seconds.
That's all.
Thank you, Michael.
Last call for public comment on item 11.2. No further comments, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Mayor Saragosa stepped away for a moment, so I will be taking over the meeting until he returns. Let's bring it back to the council for further comments. And actually, do we have any comments or answers to any of the questions that came up from Waste Management?
So I'll start. This is Sue Vandelinder with Eldorado Disposal. In just addressing some of Kathy Lishman's concerns, certainly the community cleanup day is intended for city residents. I'm sure there are people who attend because of their proximity outside of the city. You know, we can certainly take that up with Cleve and Pierre and have conversations if we want to do something alternatively in terms of checking people in or something like that. But you know, we've been very successful in the community cleanup day. We've been holding them for, you know, over a decade, and they're widely used. So it actually is a good service that we offer. Line frustrations. Yeah, let me address that. So, you know, one of the main reasons why we are rebuilding the facility here is to allow for more queuing. And, you know, two residents spoke to that. We definitely want to improve the queuing here. This location does not allow us to queue additional folks as it stands right now, because we've got large trucks coming in and exiting in those lanes. And I'm sure you've seen that. So unfortunately, we can't do anything about the lanes as it stands, but we certainly can do something about the queuing as we make these improvements. And as Jeff alluded to, commercial traffic will operate in a different rotation than residential customers. I'm going to go there. I also want to address another concern which had to do with free services. So the household hazardous waste is a free service that we provide. And there will be a special area, if you will, before you get into a pay booth, where you can utilize those free services, turn around and leave. And you'll never have to wait in the line for a paying customer who's dumping trash or green waste or some other material type that costs money. So there are plans in the works. This is something we've thought about very carefully about how do we get more people through the facility more quickly. I will tell you that the biggest change we've had this year has to do with COVID. With everyone being home, we've seen a tremendous influx in folks coming to the facility, where it used to be, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe Monday, we're busy. You know, not only are those days much more busy, but the other days are busy too, because people are working from home. So I certainly apologize for the fact that you have to wait longer. We will continue to try and provide, you know, for a quicker turnaround for you. And we look forward to getting this facility completed. We are targeting to be complete no later than the year 2023. So about 3 years from now, we hope to be completed. We have to stay open as we build. So this is a phased in process that we have to work on each year.
Thank you, Sue. Okay. Council members, any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Acuna.
City staff, regarding the existing franchise agreement and including the costs for, you know, capital improvements to the MRF.
Just briefly, I will mention in that there is a provision. I see John popping on too. Maybe you can add to that. That there is a provision there asking for under extraordinary circumstances for those fee increases. That's when they ask for the recycling fee, and then again they're asking for that under the for the MRF fee also. And I don't believe that I recall. I don't have the contract with me. I don't really that I recall that it addresses capital or non-capital costs in that agreement. But John, do you have something else to add to that?
I haven't looked at the contract for quite a long time. But what I do remember is just what you said, Cleve. There is provisions in there for extraordinary costs and the ability to recoup those. I can't honestly tell you if there's a direct clause in there relating to capital improvements. I don't think so, but Sue would probably know that better than I is, because I'm sure she's looked at it more recently than I have. But I do know there's a clause in there for extraordinary costs.
That's correct, John. It actually is silent to capital versus other types of costs. It's more global in terms of cost, right? That's specifically what the language refers to. I will say that this is similar to, it's basically a tip fee increase, right? To use the facility, the tip fee increases, which is based on capital cost increases. I'll like it to landfill construction. So landfill construction, when you build a new cell, you have escalated capital costs. The tip fee to use that landfill increase because of those increased costs. Those are capital costs. Again, we had an outside consulting firm familiar with El Dorado County look at all of the data, look at the contract language, look at the elements of the request, and come back and affirm that this was a fair and reasonable request on our part. One other thing I wanted to mention while I'm thinking about it, I was reminded by my by my cohorts here. We have installed a camera on the front of the MRF that looks at the traffic. It's like a traffic cam. And that camera feed is posted on our website. So if you want to see what the traffic is like, now it's not a perfect science, right? When you look at it, it may be that there's no line and you get here and there's a big one. So I can't promise you that it's going to be, you know, perfect, but I can say that it's definitely a step in the right direction to help folks know when it might be better to come.
Good to know, Sue. That's
Back to a fundamental MRF question.
yes, Councilmember Acuna.
Who owns it? Who's going to own the completed newly rebuilt MRF? El Dorado County or Waste Management or Waste Connection, whatever they're called. Excuse me, could you hear me, Mr. Driscoll? I'm curious.
Yes, I could hear you.
Thank you, sir. Who is the actual owner of the MRF?
Well, I can't speak for the county, and I certainly know the city doesn't own it. I suspect it's Waste Connections.
So this would go back to the concern about this as a part of a shareholder's investment in the company. This is one of their assets, just like the trucks, etc.
So I'll speak to that, Councilmember Acuna. We certainly are the owners of this facility. Always have been the owners of the facility. And again, I'm gonna bring it back to this capital cost is a cost that translates into a tip fee increase to use the facility. A tip fee increase meaning, when you come in per ton, the cost was 90, it's now 95. I'm using round numbers, okay? So it's a cost increase based on capital infusion, right? And I liken it to if you were to use any other facility and they made a significant investment, the tip fee cost to use that facility would go up. We've seen that in landfills or in other material recovery facilities or green waste facilities. Green waste facilities right now are becoming green waste and food waste facilities with static pile composting, as an example. A green waste facility used to cost $26 a ton to use. That same facility, having had capital infusion, is now costing in the neighborhood of $60 a ton to use.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Got it. So basically what you're saying, Sue, is, you're sort of sunshining the cost of this versus it being just built into the overall rate.
Correct. That is correct.
And that, I'm not sure that it's a way of finding out, but it's actually, I would be paying 73 cents under the proposal for a MRF rebuild adjustment. It's not you could have, I suppose, put it in as a tipping fee and just put it under, hidden it, or not hidden it, but it's included as, to me and to all of our customers, that they're paying to rebuild a MRF that they don't own. But they don't have any other garbage services to pick from, because this is the only, well, understandably, with the way that the way the environmental regulations are, who else would want to get into this business in this day and age? But I don't have a choice as a consumer to spend my 73 cents someplace else.
That's correct.
So is John, are you on the line?
And I don't think that we've ever thought that this would be an issue.
Yes.
Years I've been involved in these rate increases, that we never expected the expense with the recycling to go, the whole China deal where all that shut down.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm very disappointed that the MRF is so far behind on being rebuilt. But I'll let Mr. Driscoll answer.
I guess the question I had for you, John, was this, contractually, we're bound by this to use them for our waste management. We're here to make a decision tonight. What's the impact of this decision if we do or don't?
Oh, man. Certainly if you do, the impact is going to be the rate increase. Now, if you don't, the question is, do you have an obligation to grant them that rate increase? And could they literally push the envelope and take you to court and get a writ ordering you to do that, or breach of contract, let's put it that way. You know, I personally feel that the issue of the rebuilding of the MRF, I think Sue's analysis of a tipping fee is probably appropriate. You know, the contract doesn't specifically address that. It talks about unusual circumstances. And I think that, well, I don't want to get away from a legal analysis into something that's more of a business analysis and what somebody pays when they use a facility, despite the fact that they don't own that, but they're still paying for the use of that facility. I do think that it would be difficult, I think, especially since there's been a study finding that the charge was reasonable and warranted. I'm sure the county's contract, well, let me ask Greg if he's still on the line. Does the county's contract, or Sue, maybe you know, provide for capital improvement pass-throughs or cost increase?
John, this is Greg Stanton. The county's contract doesn't specifically call out capital versus an unforeseen circumstance related to impacts to the business costs and revenues.
And I kind of thought our contracts kind of mirrored each other in a lot of ways. I think there may be some difference in the metrics and stuff like that, but that's what I was thinking. And so, you know, again, with that information, I think that the council would be hard pressed to single out that pass through, that cost, and say, no, we're going to not grant that part of the increase and then go ahead and grant everything else. I think it's probably covered under the contract.
And I guess, you know, part of the question is, and I'm not sure who I'm asking this of, but you know, good business practices, you save your money, you don't pay your, you know, and since 2010, the stock has gone from about $14 to now a high of 102. And so it's a great investment for them, especially if you can get us to pay for their facilities and they don't do what I would do in my business and put money away to support these and to take care of and to look at future investments.
Like this city just did tonight with the budget.
And so, you know, in looking at this, I see that as a, you know, it's a business practice they have to pass it to us rather than a business practice to preserve some of their capital instead of paying dividends and such, to preserve it for investment in their capital improvement projects.
If this is Sue again, this is Sue Vandelinder again. I would like to just come back to one point, and that would be that we did commit to $8 to $12 million to rebuild this facility on our dime, to your point. We did that back in 2015. As you may be aware, with this Lyme issue, unfortunately, which was outside of our control, there was studies necessary, there were wells that had to be installed, and there was remediation that had to be completed, and we were at the mercy of the water board in terms of timing and you know, the elements of what that was going to look like. We're also the only landowner in the 3 parcels that have Lyme on them that wasn't remediated by the company that put the Lyme there. We're the only company thus far who has actually remediated properly the property. So that first 8 to 12 million we committed to without asking any jurisdiction for assistance.
Thank you.
Sue, this is Michael. The cost for the new MRF, I think I asked this when we had the tour, but is that cost in perpetuity?
So at this point, the answer to that question would be yes. We looked at this over a 20-year period. There will be other things, you know, as we approach that period of time that will certainly need to be addressed. I guess that's how I would answer that question. If I may, Mayor, the other thing I would like to bring up, because I think, again, we're looking at this in a kind of a limited scope. I would like to talk about, there have been many changes of law over the last decade, and I've been around for a long time here. There have been many changes of law over the last decade plus that we have absorbed. So things like carb compliance, fuel and really labor increases. Those are things that we've never come back and asked the council to consider. So I just wanted to make sure that we talk about the bigger picture, if you will.
Council members, may I provide some input? This is Greg.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. So when we asked Eldorado Disposal to utilize the county's consultant, because that consultant, Crow, whom you've heard, has written our rate manual for us, has done some rate studies for us and some other work, and is a kind of an independent third party. When that Crow report was released, I think you'll see in that report that the county's rate setting system is different than the city's, and every 3 years, we take a deep dive into the financials of Eldorado Disposal as it relates to the county's contract. And as part of that deep dive, Crow will be validating every 3 years the revenue collected from the increase associated with the MRF to ensure that over time, when you're looking 15 years out or 20 years out, that adjustment has not over collected, if you will, on the cost overruns for the MRF.
So, okay. And do we have, John, or do we have similar language in our contract in terms of looking at, you know, that we're not, essentially that we're not overpaying on something 10 years out or whatever it may be?
We have traditionally kind of followed the county's lead and let them do the hard lifting on that. And so we have looked at what they do. In our contract, I don't believe we have that same type of language of a 3-year review like the county does.
And Greg,
this is Sue again. I'll tell you that as that information becomes available, we will certainly share that with you. And this, when Crow looks at that information, they really look at it from an entire Western Slope perspective.
Let me just add this to what Greg said and what Sue just said. The fact that we don't have that language in there doesn't mean that those principles still don't apply. They do. The rate increases have to be justified, have to be reasonable, even though we don't do, let's say, a review such as the county does every 3 years.
Understood. Thank you, John.
I'm trying to find it, and I know I looked at this, but I don't see where it was. What is the total value of this rate increase? Since it's in perpetuity, I really don't know how that works. You're asking us to participate in actually, you're asking us to give you money so you can build your building, so you can take care of our waste. How much money are we giving you? And if it's in perpetuity, I really don't know how you're going to answer that, but how much are you asking our ratepayers to give you?
value of this increase?
So I'll take a stab at answering that question. The way that we extrapolated that data was over all customers, all tonnage. It's all on all tonnage on the western slope, and over that time period to try and recoup that $12 million difference.
In perpetuity.
We didn't have an end date. We did not have an end date because we will be assessing as we go along. So there will be more capital invested as we move along as well. So
And that capital investment on your part is to keep your business running so we can keep giving you money for garbage. I'm struggling to see this whole idea that we're giving you money to build a facility that continues, that is in perpetuity. It just doesn't make sense to me. There should be a sunset on that. If you want to invest in something else, that's great. Come back and talk to us about it. But this is based on a unique circumstance, and that unique circumstance doesn't extend forever. You're talking about investments and other issues that are unrelated to this circumstance. And I get, you could turn around and say, okay, we're going to raise your rates instead of charging you X number of dollars for this tipping fee. But I'm still trying to understand this, maybe you should have put it in just a rate increase instead of a tipping fee, but now that you put it into this,
for a facility.
now that you put it into this context of us helping you pay for the facility and it's in perpetuity, it doesn't make sense if this is a unique and individual circumstance.
No, I agree with you, Vice Mayor Thomas. One of the things to note is that the structure of our ordinance only allows them to ask for the fuel increase and the CPI increase and this extraordinary circumstance. So just to try to roll that into their rate increase, they couldn't have done that because they're only allowing the CPI and the fuel charge increase. So the only way to ask for this other increase to cover the MERV is through the extraordinary charge that is allowed within our ordinance. I believe the language says shall not be unreasonably withheld or some language related to that. But you do have that right to put a condition on it, such as if you feel that it should be limited to the 20 years or whatever that number is, the extended payoff of that cost. I think that would be a reasonable request to put on it.
Mr. Mayor and Council, if I might, just following up what Cleve said, I agree with that. And when I indicated that I felt that it was probably warranted under the contract, that was for what was unforeseen in these unusual environmental issues that they've come into encounter, which has driven the cost up. I think that your point is probably one that's very defensible under the contract, that yes, okay, if we're going to consider that an unreasonable or an unforeseeable and an unusual expense, then we can fund that, but we shouldn't go on and fund other things in addition to that. In other words, when they've recouped the money that they've had to recoup from the county and the city, that fee theoretically should cease.
And we would agree with that. We would absolutely agree to having an end date, sunset 20 years, or review to sunset.
Now you're asking us to give you money that it might be 20 years or it might be 10. I mean, is there analysis as to what the repayment value is on this loan compared to the county and everybody else?
Because the county has approved this, correct?
Right.
Right.
Correct. The county has approved this.
And what was theirs similar? Was it the MERV?
I think they just agreed to it.
They based it on this, though, I think.
Was it like 73 cents a month for the county?
Greg, was there any conditions that the county set in their in the approval?
The conditions are what I articulated, which is that we do every 3 years a deep dive into their financials to what's called a base year rate review to determine whether an increase or a decrease is warranted. And as part of that every 3 year analysis, the revenue collected from the surcharge for the MRF will be tracked basically to determine how much money is collected over time and how much, and have we hit that, as Sue said, that $12 million overage mark, or what, I'm sorry, 12.8, I think it was, overage mark. And we're looking at that from a global perspective, not just the unincorporated.
Right. Sue, do you have, and sorry for we're making sausage here on the spot, but do you have as the vice mayor asked, is this like a 15-year loan? Is this a 30-year loan? I mean, what's El Dorado Disposal's loan, if you can? I don't know if that's proprietary, but I think for us as a council to feel comfortable, it would be good to know, like, if you have a 10-year loan on this, why is the city paying, 15 years? It could be that it's at a much lower rate than what you're doing, but I think that sunshine would be helpful.
So the best way for me to answer that is that we pro forma this cost recovery over a 20-year period. It's going to depend on the tonnage that comes through here. And so by us doing that analysis to look at how many tons are coming in versus, and countywide, right, city of Placerville carved out, how those tons come in may be different than what we thought, right? Something could change. So I say 20 years, it could happen if the tonnage increases, that could happen sooner. And we would be more than happy to provide an accounting of that so that you can also see how that cost is recovered over time. We anticipate it to be 20 as we're standing here today.
Okay.
So I guess the question I have is, what do they anticipate? Now we have mandated garbage collection, correct? And that was something that we did working with Waste Connection to help keep the rates down, improve recycling, help us all come in compliance with all those unfunded state mandates to reduce the waste streams. And we've all been very successful with that. But this is the first time that we've been involved in actually putting a charge on everyone's monthly bill to help build or complete the construction of the MRF, which, as Dennis has pointed out, is owned by a successfully traded, publicly traded company. What's the anticipated, we know how many 100 or 1,000 garbage cans we have out there. What's the anticipated revenue? They've got to have an idea of what this is going to bring them in every year to go against that $12 or $13 million of unforeseen or extraordinary expense.
Well, I'm just going to sort of, again, throw it out here. What if we did like and we reviewed it again at 6 years, we piggybacked on the counties, and we asked for some very specific information from El Dorado Disposal to show us where they're at in terms of paying back or recouping the cost of the MRF for the other 12.8 million. And that way we're not necessarily agreeing to just 20 years without knowing where that's coming from. But at the same time, realizing that it probably isn't going to be paid back in 5 years, it would be my guess. But at least at 6 years, we have some kind of focal point to look at and to take that deep dive, if you will, 'cause I do, I have a hard time saying in perpetuity that we would pay this. When we know at some point it's gonna be paid off, and yes, there will be other capital costs, but whether or not those capital costs are because of an unforeseen circumstance again.
It won't be this one.
Right. So just throwing it out there as a topic.
But their tonnage is not gonna increase that much, I don't think. I mean, based on population increase, you know, because that's what would cause it.
Right.
And I'm not seeing that. I don't.
Yeah, we wouldn't have there's no significant new, right.
So I just want to state that I appreciate all the work that Waste Connection does, or El Dorado Disposal does for our city, and the level of service that they provide us, and it is well, and it is a good service, and it's demonstrated by your numbers. We're also responsible for dealing with this contract as it reflects on the impact to our customers, and we're they don't get to sit at this table and have this conversation. Right. And this is important for us to recognize that this is an impact on them. Financially, it's not a lot, but realistically, we're working on trying to save them money with electricity, and then we're turning around and charging them back with the cost of waste collection. So, you give some, you take some, but I just, the way this is going down, I don't see that that's a great way to do it.
Something for everybody to remember is we have always traditionally had the CPI, fuel adjustment, as the two big components. Right. With the rate increases. Right. And then usually some adjustment that's mutually agreed upon that reflects something we need to do because of the state mandate. More green waste, more now food, and we've done cooking grease and all that sort of stuff. There have been challenges every year. And this is the first time in all the years, 14 years that I've been involved in this rate program, that we've seen something in regards, as Jen's just described, and I have the same concerns. This is very different and very something that we need to take very carefully.
Well, and to put it in perspective, Sue talked about all the things that they've absorbed through the years, whether different mandates that's been put on by the state, and I still look at their stock, and it still has gone up from $14 to 100, well, high of 120 here last day trading. So, so they, with all due respect, you guys are still making money, even with all of that. Even with all of that.
Well, the other thing that really worries me is and I do say the Crow report is excellent, and I think whoever provided that to us, looks like there was about $4.8 or $4.9 million in soil mitigation that actually had to be done out there. From a 2018 into a 2020 year. But all through here, there are revisions and deficiencies, discovered deficiencies, that then lead to more revisions as far as the layout of the facility, buildings that are not going to be suitable to be reused. And having been around these kind of projects long enough to know, there's nowhere, this is very unlikely to be anywhere near the final cost of this. By the time they have to factor in remaining open and the disruption that's going to cause to the contractors that bid on these projects, unfortunately, that to me is a huge unknown. And still 2+ years out.
And that's part of the risk you have when you have a business and you're investing in your business.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. Right.
If you guys had gone on the tour, they did really point all that out and show, that building is just what that they're using now has to be demolished. It's just absolutely, and that's a sad thing.
I don't disagree.
But
no, I don't.
Their costs are horrendous, just absolutely horrendous.
And I can see the.
I know what you're saying, but maybe we need to call that, what's his name, Middlestat, or whoever's the. I keep getting messages from him on my, because I signed up to be on the garbage list. But, it's a business, look at PG&E. What we've gone through all through the years. So, it's the way of our world. I'm sorry. It just is. but
like Dennis said, we are the gatekeepers.
we are, and if you
the
want to put
agreement
something
for-
in there, you know,
In perpetuity is a long time.
right.
So I've been working with the city attorney on how we do this if you do want to control that. And we're talking about revising the resolution, and carving out that specific increase that is related to the MRF and state that it would be contingent on the payback of that loan period, that we could then use the county information of their 3-year look back that they do to determine when that would be completed. And at that time, that amount would go away.
So now when you look at the $4 million because the unexpected
Almost five.
circumstances, the $4 million, almost five.
Almost five.
But we're paying for $12 million.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at 4 point, yeah.
So we're paying for the building. You know, they were gonna build their building and then I don't know.
They had a lot of hoops to jump through in that. I mean, it caused it. And I know what you're saying. I'm kind of playing both, you know, I get that, but I'm just saying, you know, they're kind of between a rock and a hard place too, because they're forced to do it. They can't just say, well, no, our costs increased, so we're not gonna do it. They can't do that. They have to, you know.
They have to invest in their business.
True.
Mr. Mayor, if I may point out something to the council.
Sure.
I've been sort of reviewing the co-report, and I want to direct the council to page 7, and I think some of you are already doing so. But it gives a real good summary of where those cost increases are in those bulleted points. And in about the center of that page, it basically is stating that in order to recover the company's current estimate of a $12 million increase in the capital cost of the new transfer station, the MRF, Waste Connections proposes a 3.23% increase on residential and commercial rates, as well as the transfer station gate rate changes that are proposed as shown in Table 2 of the Crow report. And basically the end of this paragraph says, this would generate approximately 1.5 million of new additional revenue per year for an approximate payback period for the $12 million shortfall of 10 years, inclusive of small return on this investment. So the Crow report is actually stating that with this rate increase, unless I'm reading it incorrectly, and I'm sure either Greg Stanton or somebody from El Dorado Disposal can correct me if I'm looking at this incorrectly, but it looks like that this the payback period for the Crow report is 10 years.
Go ahead and unmute me. So what I'll say, Pierre, is that yes, his time frame was different than our time frame. We did our pro forma over 20 years, based on our tonnage and our run rate. And it may be that it's paid sooner. Again, we're not sure what that time period is going to look like. What we've agreed to do is work with the county to evaluate that as we move forward, so that we can make sure that we're only asking for the portion of these dollars that is this overage beyond the 12 million. So it could be that it's in as little as 10 years. Likely it will be longer than that. As I may remind you, the city of Placerville's tonnage is small. And when we look at this $12 million overage, it's spread across all jurisdictions. The portion that Placerville would be contributing is a small portion of that.
Right.
So if we were, can we, I'm only willing to do a flat amount for a flat period of time. And this, based on the Crow report, they talk about 10 years. And if that's not, if that's not consistent with what you're talking about, then I think we need more information to figure out the difference between the two. But, you know, I could only, you know, first of all, it's a little stuck in my craw that we're paying for the, your facility. Now, you know, you have to charge more, charge everybody more, or I'm not sure, but I'm not sure how this works, because you're part of a big conglomerate or a big corporation that does this, and you're asking this little city or this county to help you pay for your asset. And I'm struggling with that.
Sue, would you have a problem coming back in 10 years per the Crow report to let us know what's going on?
Absolutely not. I would absolutely not have a problem putting that in writing. And, you know, Councilman Thomas, I would like to say that we, in full disclosure, wanted to talk about why the tip fee is going up at the facility, right? And the reason why that tip fee is going up at the facility to everyone who uses it is because of this capital investment. And I feel like unintentionally we have, you know, so we've made sure that you understand what that looks like. In essence, what's most important is that you understand that it really is associated with an increased tip fee. So, and I don't know how to explain it any differently, and I apologize for that. But that is in fact what it is. And certainly we would be happy to come back periodically and update you, put in writing that it would be reassessed at the end of 10 years.
Do you have are you gonna have an accounting of all the income that you have from this additional surcharge and basically a payoff schedule?
We will have the revenue associated with this request for this particular item, and we will have all of the costs articulated, yes, outlined for all of the expense associated with this rebuild. And we will be providing that to the county. We're happy to provide it to you as well.
Such a nominal amount per month, but it adds up every year.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
It's just the perpetuity, I think, that bothers all of us, and we just want more of an accountability, you know. And isn't that what Cleve said he and John discussed, that they would, you know, and I think that.
Sunset of 10 years.
I have a question for Cleve.
Yes, Councilmember Acuna.
Cleve, what would be the possibility of you participating or somebody from the city participating in the Crow report with the county? Obviously, they're expending their funds to hire a Crow to go in and do this deep dive. What it would it cost us? Is it possible for us to participate in that?
Well, I will tell you, and Greg or Sue can correct me, but the county commissioned this study, but Eldorado Disposal paid for the cost. Is that right, Greg?
That is correct. However, typically our rate reviews are paid for by the county. Because this was an unusual request, we had Eldorado Disposal at their own expense hire Crow.
Thank you.
They told us that.
So I would think, you know, maybe that could be a condition that, as part of it too, that they pay for this report that would come out whenever you say that would be 3, 5, 10 years, whatever that number is, to justify that cost where it is paid for as of that date or something like that.
Does the county have a long history of a 3-year review period?
The county's new rate manual was incorporated into the franchise agreement that was signed in 2014 by the Board of Supervisors. Prior to that, it was a different rate setting methodology.
Okay, thank you.
I will state, and we weren't bringing this to you, but if you recall in their presentation, they talked about some amended language to the agreement that they want to do. And we've talked about briefly with them, perhaps amending our language similar to some of the things that the county has in their contract. So we will be bringing, there's some things that we need to change in there based on current things that are happening with some of the new laws, et cetera. And so perhaps we can look at additional amendments that might put those provisions in there similar to what the county have and bring that back to you also. Maybe it doesn't address this immediate problem, but it could help down the road as we continue to evaluate.
So for the immediate, it is this rate increase, and that would be another conversation then. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
But I think we can come up with something either through a revision to the resolution, or maybe it's you request that we bring back some sort of side agreement to address the term on the increase. We can do that a couple of ways. And like I said, John and I were talking about, I think maybe we could do that through the resolution. John, is that?
Yeah, I don't think if the intent is to somehow make the charge for the MRF contingent in some manner, we don't want to use that resolution. We're going to want to change that resolution.
Right. And I think,
Bring this back.
well, from what I'm hearing from council, and correct me, colleagues, if I'm wrong here, is, there's genuine concern over the perpetuity cost, even though it is nominal, but it does add up, and we are the gatekeepers of our ratepayers' dollars. What we would be looking for is that once that amount is met, 12.8 million, that this fee would go away.
Yeah.
And whether that's in 5 years, 7 years, or 15 years, whatever it would take, depending on the tonnage that comes in, that there is an end date to that. And I know we've sort of kicked around a 10-year mark because per the Crow report. So maybe two things of a 10-year reassessment, as well as some agreement from El Dorado Disposal that the rate is in fact not in perpetuity, something in writing.
We would be happy to do that.
Okay.
I think the main question is, John, I'm looking at you on this too. Can we get that done tonight, or do we need to hold this over for one meeting?
Well, if we can get a motion formulated, we can bring back we can make the resolution conform to the motion, but I'm not sure we're going to get there.
That's what I'm concerned about, yeah, what that actual language is going to be.
Yeah, exactly. We need to identify an amount and specify that when that amount is paid, that particular portion of the rate increase related to the MRF, that 12.8, when that is paid back, then that particular charge will be taken off the bill. It will not be authorized anymore. Words to that effect. And I would also think that we'd want to have in there subject to periodic review of perhaps 3 years, again, piggybacking on the county, and any cost analysis related to that fee expense would be borne by the applicant, by El Dorado Disposal.
John, if we were to do that, let's say the number is 12.8 million. The city and the county agree that that is the extraordinary expense that Waste Connection has correctly identified for the MRF rebuild. All right, so we're all at 12. We're all working together to pay that 12.8 million, correct? Every ratepayer, every person that pays at the gate, there's a contribution going towards the 12.8 million. Am I thinking this through correctly?
I think so.
Right. So I would think we would want annual reviews because every time I go in, which I try to avoid because like Michael Drobish, I don't want to spend my life in line. And that still needs to be discussed because that's a serious problem. I'm contributing my 73 cents or whatever it is to this 12.8. So with us all working together on this, I see it going away sooner rather than later. That seem like a reasonable assumption?
I don't think annually is
Maybe too much, yeah.
Do you think the 3 years is okay?
I do, I don't see,
No, we need to
I
identify.
think the 3 years is reasonable. That's what the county has seen. You have to
That's what I'm
remember that
thinking.
this isn't just for Placerville. Take a look at, be looking at the entire county.
That's what I mean. Everybody's paying this.
Yeah.
It should go away fast.
faster than 20 years, or
But I
perpetuity.
think having it as a 3-year review, obviously, if we get to 6 years and we've only got, less than $1 million left to pay, we know it's gonna be paid off sooner than 3 years. We could make an adjustment at that time to, reflect that, to make sure that it ends at the 12.8 million.
And,
We could do that.
John, is there some way to put language in to say that this is the fee? There should be no other ask.
Yes, I mean, in other words, if they want to increase that, they're going to have to come back to the council with reasons for that. But no, this is the fee for the MRF. So I think maybe what you're saying, Councilmember Acuna, is that if they have other unforeseen circumstances, they're not going to come back to us and try and get us to fund those as well.
That would be my goal.
Well,
Well, it would be a separate ask.
It would be a.
Yeah.
Separate ask. Recall that they talked about tonight that there is the organics cost will be coming back in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, and every time they've had the cost that they've had to deal with, they make more money. So I'm not
saying we approve it, I'm just saying that was mentioned in the presentation tonight.
We need to have some certainty for our residents.
I want to sunset at 10 years. I mean, if this program is
I think
something that
so.
we're standing on, and essentially that is their recommendation of a 10-year investment with periodic review of 3 years. So
12.8, 10 years, reviewed every 3 years.
Well, would you say 10 years or 12.8?
Yeah.
Right? Is that?
No, 10 years period.
Well, what if it happens before 10 years?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, yes.
Mhm.
That's what periodic review. If we read our goals.
Whichever comes first, 12.8 or 10 years.
Yeah.
Right.
But not to exceed 10 years or.
Right.
12.8.
Or we have to
Now,
re-review it
this
at
is
10 years.
Do they have to agree with this? Because just because we passed a resolution doesn't mean they agree with it. Is this an agreement that we have to have with them?
It would be nice if they agreed to it, but no. No, you don't have to have them agree to it, at least not right now.
I will, this is Sue again. So, I mean, we have enjoyed a wonderful working relationship with this council over many years. And I do want to remind you that this is only the second time in our history that we've actually asked you for an extraordinary circumstance rate request.
Right.
I'm not saying that for any other reason than that it's really important for me to say that. So when you talk about significant cost increases in our business, such as having to purchase new vehicles because of CARB and trucks not being able to run on the roads anymore, even though they have plenty of life left in them, okay? As an example, we haven't come to you and asked you for that. We have absorbed that in our normal cost of doing business. And it's important for me to point that out. Having said that, what you're asking is reasonable. I guess the only hang up that I have is if in fact this goes beyond 10 years and it takes longer than 10 years to pay for it, is there an opportunity for us to come back at the end of that 10 years and say, you know, we're at X million versus Y million, which is where we were, you know, where we were trying to be, right? Is there an opportunity to do that?
I think that's
That's what the
Yeah.
3-year reviews
I
are
think
for.
that, well, no.
We're gonna know.
Yeah, but she wants it stated that they don't have to come back and beg.
No, she wants the opportunity. Of course, you always have the opportunity to come back for an ask.
That's right.
And at that time, the city council will review it and make that determination. But based on the Crow report and this information, I think 10 years is a fair, it's more than fair, because we're helping you buy your asset that you're gonna keep in your company's ledger. And so there we are.
Well,
Let me go back and ask John Driscoll. So what I've kind of heard is 3 points that I've written down here. And John, do we have to have exact language, or can we go with this and revise the resolution? 3 things are that we would approve the 73-cent fee to cover the increased cost of $12.8 million, subject to a 3-year review, subject to a sunset of 10 years or $12.8 million, whichever is less. And then also I heard someone state that the cost of the 3-year review for Placerville would be covered through Eldorado Disposal. Are those the main points that you're looking for?
I think those are the points that have been raised, Cleve.
So if we are to revise the resolution to reflect those points, is that what the council desires to do?
Yeah, and I would add this in because I think, you know, whoever's sitting here in 10 years, you know, whether we agree to it now or then, I mean, they still would have the right to come back, but if it makes everybody more comfortable, I'm willing to have in there that we would review it again in 10 years.
I absolutely think there should be some more tacked on the end.
As opposed to a
And as opposed to.
Well, it would sunset, but they would have the ability to come back and say they still owed.
If they can prove that there's still more money owing,
Right.
then the fund, I mean, that amount.
Make that decision then. I'm not gonna make a decision for him 10 years from now.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we're setting up an agreement, and I think that should be part of the agreement.
I think.
So do you need a motion from us, or are we sending it back and you know what you're working on to revise the resolution?
Well, the one concern that I have, and maybe Sue or Jeff can address this rate increase is set to take effect October 1st. Our next meeting is not till October 13th. I don't know what that means in terms of when your billing goes out, Sue and Jeff, how that would affect you if we brought this back on October 13th with the final language. Does that cause you a problem in terms of your October 1st implementation?
well, yes, I mean, obviously our preference would be
Right.
to get to a decision this evening so that we can do our billing correctly. If it's possible, and if it's not, then we'll adjust.
So my question then to our city attorney is, giving these principles that you heard, these 3 plus the one that was added, that there will be a 10-year review that they can request if the funding has not, the costs have not been covered, the 12.8 at that time. I think that's kind of already in the contract, that will come back for their request, but we could add that language. With those principles that I've outlined here, can we adopt the resolution stating that those will be added to the resolution, John, to cover that and without actually coming back to the precise language?
Yeah, I think if the council is comfortable with the resolution and with the amendment to the resolution, as you stated, and maybe adding to that, if at the end of the 10 years sunset period, the 12.8 has not been recouped. El Dorado has the right to come back and ask that it continue based on the circumstances at that time. I mean, they probably have that right anyways, but it's makes it a little more clear if you just add that to the points that you stated.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Taylor, you have any comments at this point or anything you wanted to, I know you had the one clarification question, but just wanted to make sure your voice is on this as well. I know we've all been talking here on this.
You know, I agree with the concerns raised here. It is a relatively small amount of money, but it's the principle of having our residents foot the bill for essentially a business's assets. And I appreciate the conversation. I think it's an important one. And I think we're heading in the right direction here. So those are my comments. I would be happy to make a motion if nobody else wants to, but I think maybe since Dennis has spearheaded this, he should make the motion.
So we approve I move that we approve the rate increase as presented, a sunset of 10 years, and with a 3-year review in coordination with the county, and that they have the right to come back after 10 years and propose, or upon reevaluation, how John worded it.
Yes, if there's any excess.
And
I just want to make sure the language is right. I don't want to try and.
The sunset is 10 years or the 12.8 million, whichever comes.
No, the sunset, yes, whatever.
Whichever comes first.
First, and then if it's not repaid or recouped at the end of that 10-year period, El Dorado would have the right to come back and request the council continue that fee for a further period to be determined at that time.
Yes.
And the other thing is that if there's any cost associated with the analysis of that fee being recovered, and for that specific fee, any cost to the city, that El Dorado would be responsible for that.
And I agree with that, what John said, or the motion. Thank you, John.
I'll second that.
Just one question from staff, is, if I may, do we need to clarify that we're just talking about the MRF rebuild adjustment as opposed to the CIP adjustment, the cycle adjustment, the surcharge increase, the pass-through?
Yes, that's a good point, Pierre. It's just for the MRF. Everything else is as presented in the staff report.
Right.
Before you call separate motion, or is this a separate?
No, I think what we're doing is we're adopting the resolution that adopts the new fees with these changes. So there will basically be on that MRF fee of 73 cents, whatever it is for the others, there will be an asterisk by that, and it will have these conditions placed on that fee. Is that correct, John?
That's correct. We're just going to add to the resolution those provisions that we've been talking about regarding the review, the 10-year sunset, the ability to come back, and the payment of the costs associated with that. That's going to be just added to it. Like Cleve said, there'll be like an asterisk by that fee. It'll identify that fee, and that will be the only thing subject to the additional language.
Okay, then I moved it, that we adopt it as presented, except for the MRF adjustment fee, which would have those.
Have the additional conditions.
Right.
And Councilmember Taylor, do you still have a second on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is it 2 motions or 1 motion?
He said one.
One motion.
You okay with that, John?
One motion, and then we can, if the council adopts it, we'll prepare the resolution accordingly, and we won't even have to bring the resolution back.
Okay.
Before you call for the vote, serious issues, Sue and Waste Connection staff. I made a lot of trips out to the MRF this year, and the lines, just as Michael Drobish and Kathy Lichman mentioned, are absolutely horrendous. It's a traffic hazard. It's a tremendous air pollution contributor. I don't doubt that it adds to illegal dumping, or it certainly is encouraging illegal dumping. My average wait time to take as much stuff as I could get in an SUV was 45 minutes. I did have one trip that was 30, and that was the exception. There's just a whole number of issues, and one of the concerns I have about, at least my concerns with, what the final bill is going to be for the MRF, because right now you need 3 lines and 3 attendants. I agree there's probably some COVID involved in this, but because of the fire issues in the last 2 years, you have desperately needed a green waste brush line separately, just as Michael Drobish said. That made up at least 50% of the people that I saw backed up out to Highway 49. The other thing that is extremely frustrating is that because of the construction, just as Kathy Lishman said, you now have absolutely 0 signage. Or you did have, on a piece of paper this big, when I got up to the gate, a little handwritten sign that said that the MRF was not accepting waste oil because the tank was full. That was after a 35-minute wait in line. That has to be correct. That is not acceptable. Most recent experience was a case of fluorescent tubes and a 12-ounce fluorescent can. Waited 40 minutes to get in line with everybody else. Got up to the booth, and the gentleman said, "Oh, we're not taking aerosols today. Sorry." What's going to keep me from just chucking that in my garbage can if I'm an angry El Dorado Disposal customer? I had
Or somebody else's garbage.
Yeah, it's you guys have got to do something short term, and you absolutely need to build significant facilities out there. My best adventure though was when I came out during one of those trips and met one of your trucks that decided to go the wrong way into the dump, and he wanted me to drive off the road to get out of his way, and that was a truly unprofessional action on their part. So there's some serious problems out there with the MRF line, and the couple of callers that we did get absolutely nailed it. And I'd be happy to talk to you offline about what needs to be seriously corrected out there.
Well, I certainly appreciate the commentary, and I understand your frustration, and I agree that we need to make some serious changes to this facility, which is really what we're trying to do. And I wish that we could have started this construction project back in 2015 as we had intended. It's very unfortunate that we are where we are. What I can tell you is that, I think the camera will help. That was one effort. Certainly we will continue to work on our signage. As you can see, it's difficult to have signage up too far back just because we've got that new entryway for all of the large transfer trucks. So it's definitely been a challenge for us, and COVID unfortunately just exacerbated the issue very dramatically. We bring in almost 600 cars, 600 to 650 vehicle trips a day. And it is very difficult to deal with. I truly believe that the design that we have intended to construct is going to substantially alleviate the traffic issue. Would love to talk to you offline as well, but publicly, I wanted to say that we have been working and will continue to work toward processing customers more quickly and trying to deal with the line as best we can.
Thank you, Sue. Okay. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Sue. Any further comments from council?
I had to make him restate the motion. I think with 3 or 4 people to do it.
All right, so with that then, we have a first and second. Ms. O'Connell, can we have roll call, please?
Still there?
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
No.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, that measure passes 4-1. Again, Greg and Sue and the rest of the El Dorado disposal team, thank you for your time this evening and for answering our questions.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you, council members.
Okay, everyone good? Anyone want to break, or you want to keep plowing through here? Yeah, we got 3 items. So, all right, let's go. Let's move forward. So we're going to move to item 12, discussion and action items. Item 12.1, approve a proclamation declaring October 2020 as All Colors, All Cancers Month. And part of that, approve an art installation to raise awareness of cancer at the Welcome to Placerville sign, consisting of a 12-foot tall rainbow ribbon.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Okay, so this 12.1 is actually just going to be focusing on number 2 in the subject line, which is the approval of an art installation. So it's to prove that it's 2 things: it's to approve the design and the location. And this is for a piece of outdoor sculpture in the form of a 12-foot tall multicolored ribbon, and it's going to be a temporary installation that's intended to go in October and come down at the end of October. And I worked with Andrew Vonderschmidt, who is the artist, on some locations, and came to rest on the location just a little bit inboard of the Welcome to Placerville sign. And this art piece is a supplemental to the Images of Hope's Pink in the Night annual event that was discussed in 6.2. So Pierre is taking care of the permitting, and the idea behind putting it near the welcome sign was it was just strategically because it has good visibility without blocking any sight lines for traffic, especially in getting onto and off of Highway 50. And but that was the decision-making process, but other suggested locations would be welcome if the council wants to discuss that. Andrew, I believe, is still available and as a call-in, and he can discuss the sculpture. I do have a video, and I'm going to attempt to share my screen so you can see this video that will display the banner. So let me try this. Okay. Let's see. Are you able to see that?
We are.
Okay. So I think that's with a 6-foot tall human next to it.
Well, about 5'6".
About 5'6". So, so the options are to approve the art installation and location, reject it, or approve alternatives and direct staff. So I can take any questions on that. And like I said, I think Andrew is standing by to answer questions also.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zeller. Questions,
I
Patty?
have a question. Is this honestly, I've never seen this symbol before. Is this a nationally recognized symbol, or, I mean, how are people going to know what this is or what it stands for?
So first, thank you, Councilmember Borelli. First of all, the real life sculpture is way more awesome than that rendering that I sent in about a month ago. It is a depiction of an awareness ribbon. We all wear them for various causes. And as in your packet, you see the All Cancers calendar.
I do,
You will
yeah.
see that every different type of cancer has a different colored ribbon.
Okay.
So the idea that Images of Hope is focusing on all colors, all cancers, we wanted to make a big splash to introduce that idea into Pink in the Night, which is recognized here in Placerville and El Dorado County by everyone. So the idea was to take that awareness ribbon idea and expand it to all colors. So what I am doing is painting it in blue, red, yellow, orange, green, and purple in different triangular shapes. Every seventh panel, well, not every seventh panel, but there will be panels that are that light up in pink to tie in the Pink in the Night whole idea. So at night, those panels will light up in pink.
But is there going to be some kind of signage that accompanies it?
There will be a plaque at the base of it. The location that it's going to be at, nobody's going to be able to really read that plaque. But we're going to do a big social media and you know, a big campaign kind of announcing the All Colors, All Cancers initiative. And, you know, we're going to feature that piece of art in that campaign as well.
Well, I'm just thinking of the traveling, you know, folks that travel past there. I mean, the campaign you're going to do is for local, but it won't be, you know, I think it's a great idea, and and you're going to put a lot of work and a lot of effort's going to go into it, and I would like to see it appreciated for what it is.
Me too.
Andrew had a question. Can you describe where the ribbon will be in relationship to the Welcome to Placerville sign?
I intend to work with city staff to find the proper location near that sign. I think that we were holding off on tonight to gain the approval to get direction from city staff exactly where it will be located.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, if I can add to that.
Yep.
Our kind of assumption is, you know, during the holiday season, we have the aurora that is added out there. That's kind of the location that I was thinking of.
Right. Okay. Good. Good. Great.
Okay, other questions? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.1, the installation of the rainbow ribbon. We'll start with Kathy.
Hi, Kathy.
Good evening again, Mayor Saragosa and members of the council. On this agenda, I was surprised about the idea that it was earlier in the proclamation, making it seem like it has already been approved. So I'm a little unclear if this proposal comes from Images of Hope or Arts and Culture. 1 second. I have to close my door. There's noise coming from the other room. Like
no
many
problem.
people, like many people, I am a cancer survivor. I am supportive of the arts and of Images of Hope, but I have a different perspective on this request. Every proposal coming before you does not need to be approved as is. On another note, I appreciate the pink lights on Main Street in October, but I personally am concerned about the back of the banners on Parade advertising the white on white and pink in the night. They are colored or painted in different ways and definitely detract from the beautiful art on the other side of the banner or on the other side of the street, which is the real purpose of banners on Parade. I know in the past, they have paid $1,000 to have their advertising on there, but in essence, it is really off-site advertising. So now they are asking for 3 ways to advertise in Placerville. But it is not even clear that the public understands what it says or means. Opening up the welcome sign to requests can unknowingly create numerous new problems while trying to help one organization. As you know, there are many other organizations equally important to the community who would like to make a request. The logo itself is a message, but perhaps the bell tower is the better location for the 12-foot logo, and a series of the small signs along Highway 50 in the same area as the Christmas trees or logos for other organizations. I don't think the traveling public will know what it is. And I think at the bell tower and with the signs along Highway 50, the small signs that other organizations put would be a better way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Now taking public comment from caller 857.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Hey, so yeah, I'm going to echo a lot of Kathy's comments. Looking at the rendering, I don't think most people are going to know what this thing is. Sitting over there, hopefully at least 20 foot east of the Welcome to Placerville sign. That's kind of a no man's land. Hopefully we're reserving that for some future really spectacular monuments. Hopefully there's no wordage or signage on it, because that would be in violation of Caltrans regulations, because we have a scenic corridor. It starts right as you come into Placerville from the west. And anytime you violate those Caltrans scenic highway corridor regulations, they can remove that from you. They can take away that poppy sign. They can take you away from the scenic highway corridor. And that is a potential reduction in tourism. So the other concern is precedence. So right now it's a weird kind of nondescript art installation, even though they keep calling it a sign. So don't call it a sign, because if you call it a sign within that Caltrans corridor, you're in violation. But I'm wondering, who's next? Who is going to say, okay, you approved this, now I want my art there. And then 5 years from now, I want my art there. And you can start imagining what kind of controversial art, quote unquote, is going to be placed right there at the Welcome to Placerville sign. So consider the precedent you might set. I do think a different location is more appropriate downtown. Break it up into different parking lots. I don't like the politicization of the bell tower for the Brew Fest and everything else. Just consider the precedents you're going to be setting if you allow this there. It's benign. No one's against cancer research, right? Or awareness. No one's against that. So just consider, is there a better place to put it? And if we allow this, what is going to come in the future? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 206965.
Hi, Sue Rodman again. I'd like to agree with Kathy. I think that that's not a great place. And I think Michael Drobish had a very good point, because not too long ago, we heard from Bossier Winery, who wanted to put a sign on top of the Welcome to El Dorado sign. This is Welcome to Wine Country. So I think if we allow this, then we've got them coming back saying, hey, we want to put ours up. You let them put theirs up. I think Kathy had a really good idea of put it down by the bell tower and put the little signs along the freeway, just like where the Christmas trees go, that tell you what it's about. And I think that would be a much better alternative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take public comment from Kirk Smith.
Well, I guess I wanted to say ditto. I echo the views of all three persons who've spoken so far. All of us have been touched by cancer, either ourselves or friends and loved ones. So you've already got an audience, a public, that's supportive. But I'm troubled by the idea that this information comes to the public very late. You put out the agenda on a Friday night. That's the minimum that the Brown Act requires, a minimum of 3 days notice. But what I learned tonight is that this project has been discussed for at least a month, and a lot of details aren't provided. You got a package, I'm told, from the discussions earlier. We haven't seen it, but I did some reading. First of all, there's a lot of hope for images groups out there. I read that this is one that's associated with Marshall Hospital Foundation. Great. And I saw all those diagrams of various ribbons. Was amazed to see how many there are. I think if you told the public earlier, you would have helped with the whole idea of educating the public, making them sensitive and aware of it. And the locations, we don't even have the details about specifically where's it going. You're kind of giving a blank check to it. So that's what troubles me. It should go a different location. Next time, don't put us up the wall where we just got only a few short periods of time to look at these facts. You've had a number of suggestions, put them along Highway 50 in smaller sizes. But as it is now, people are going to look at it and wonder, what's that all about? We don't know what the game plan is, what the rollout is for the public relations campaign. We don't know. That's not the way I think to do business for the public. So those are my concerns, and I think you just ought to continue it rather than plop it down on us tonight. Give the chance for the public to comment, make some suggestions for you. You could have let us know a lot earlier so we could have done research and find out more about it and have all these questions answered in advance. That seems like the best for us, and I would think the best for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call for public comment on item 12.1. No further comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead then and close public comments and bring it back to the council for further discussion. Any thoughts?
In my opinion, I really do like what Kathy said, that put it on the bell tower rather than at that sign down there on Highway 50. Because it's more of a local thing, and more people will know what it is and appreciate it, I believe, than, plus the fact we have talked about not putting anything on our sign, and I still kind of stand by that. So I just think it would be recognized more on the bell tower. That's just my thought.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Council? I kind of laugh at this a little bit, not just to myself, because the original proposal was to put it at the bell tower. I was afraid of the pushback we were going to get from that, so I said, let's look at the site.
Oh my gosh.
You can blame me for the site. I think whatever site we put it at, you're going to get some complaints. We are perfectly fine if you want to move it to the bell tower. It's not, believe me, it will not hurt our feelings. We were just trying to anticipate, and I actually thought the bell tower might get more pushback, and so that's what they said location. But if you think the bell tower is a better location, you need to remember it's pretty big structure, 12 feet tall. And I'm not sure exactly, maybe Andrew can add to his idea of where it would go around the bell tower. I'm assuming it would have to be in one of the planter boxes that are around the bell tower. Or just put it on
I was thinking on the bell tower.
We'd have you mount it.
Well, like
That's why
they,
Andrew's doing it and not me.
like they do the beer sign, you know, I mean.
Right, right. Yeah,
That's
that would probably work. Maybe ask Andrew to comment on that if that is something that, because again, his original plan was to put it somewhere near the bell tower, so.
Should I chime in now?
Yes, Andrew.
Yes, the original ask was to be on the south side of the bell tower. Just to give a little clarification on the construction of the piece, it is angle iron frame welded to a 3 by 3 foot steel base that would fit right in front of the bell tower there. As Cleve said, the concern was blocking events that happen at the bell tower. Bands inside the bell tower would now be playing through that piece of work. But the installation is only being asked to be up for the month of October.
Right.
I prefer that location as well, but again, I understand the concerns of having it there.
I have to object to attaching anything to the bell tower. It kind of hurts me a little bit even to see the beer mug up there. It feels like it kind of takes away from.
Kind of tacky?
Yeah, well, the beer mug in itself is a bit tacky, but the attaching anything to, I don't know that we can call the bell tower a monument, but it's a local historical asset. A monument, and to commercialize it like that is not where I see that bell tower fitting into our community as going forward. With that said, I strongly support what they're doing, and likewise, I don't want to see Highway 50 and that space along Highway 50 turn into something that we're going to have to keep circling back around on. I think that while the menorah is there, it has been there for as long as I can remember, and I don't want to go there with that either. So, Andrew, if I understand it correctly, you're saying this has a self-standing base.
Right.
Yes. So the idea is that it would not be attached to the bell tower. It would be sitting in front of it.
Okay.
On the south side.
So the south side, that would be the street side, then Main Street side.
Yeah.
Of the tower.
Correct.
I'm assuming, would it have to be
anchored?
I mean, anchored somehow to the bell tower? Though?
Yeah,
Over
there are several. Yes, absolutely. In the construction, since we were talking about putting it elsewhere, I've put several pick points for guy lines on it. There's one at the top. There's 3 in the middle, and the base is pretty heavy, but it would have to be secured.
Patty?
Another question, so I'll address this to Dennis. We've already, it seems to me that they put a myriad of pink lights on that bell tower, and it's on the bell tower. So, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, our hope originally was that the lights would be on the bell tower as they always are, and the sculpture would be in front of the bell tower. They would complement each other.
Question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Andrew, can I ask, there's a legitimate concern that people understand what we're trying to accomplish here. I totally get it. I didn't realize myself all the number of colors and ribbons that were involved. And it certainly makes sense to try and do what you're doing to celebrate all of them during the month of October. Is it a part of your display or program to have some other signs that would help explain to the community what they're looking at and the fact that there are the existence of all these other ribbons and colors?
Yes, absolutely. We hope to have a small plaque. I mean, we don't want to make it a sign or call it a sign in any way, but there will be a plaque on the front of it that says all colors, all cancers, other information on there. I can't really dictate exactly what would be on there right now, but it would clarify what it's all about.
Great, thank you. That helps.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I'm in support of this. I personally am a fan of public art and I would like to see more of it. I am open to any location. The bell tower is fine. I don't completely object to the welcome sign either. And I don't, I agree that people may not see and understand exactly what all the colors mean, but everybody recognizes the ribbon as a symbol of solidarity and hope. And I think that would come through even if people just pass by it and don't, really stop to think like, what do all those colors mean? And I don't really think that we need to micromanage artistic designs when it comes to public installations. We just need to, decide if it's a positive thing for the community. And in this case, I think that it is. So.
Thank you, Councilmember.
I just want to, Kara, I didn't mean, and I don't think I was trying to micromanage. I just think that for all the work that's going into this, I would like it understood what it was for. And I think maybe by if the pink lights are allowed to, also accompany it, that it would maybe be a little bit more self-explanatory. I don't know.
Well, and I think Andrew did say that the expectation would be that the lights would still be on the tower.
I would move that we approve this for the bell tower location.
I'll
second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Get 2.2s.
I think this is a great location. I think this allows our community. The bell tower has always been the symbol of communication. I mean, it called the firemen. It's renounced the times. It's been the celebration point. There's some massive documentation of events that's taken place in several different formats of bell tower.
Right.
So I think this is an important cause, and it makes sense to have it in a spot where the community always came together for important causes.
And I look forward to the outreach because I think that this is going to bring a heightened sense of awareness to this. And so is it the goal to just bring awareness? Is there anything beyond awareness that you're thinking of?
Absolutely, awareness is number one, but also part of that awareness campaign will be talking about early screenings, talking to your doctor, all of the offerings, the images of hope offer for free to the community. So all of that will be wrapped in our campaign during the month of October.
I think that's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah. The bell tower can serve as the cancer awareness highlight of the community.
Okay. So with that, we'll go ahead and do a roll call.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Great. That measure passes. Andrew, thank you for all your work on this, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing the 12-foot your 12-foot sculpture. So yes.
I'm looking forward
Thank
to watching.
you, Mayor and Council, and thank you, staff.
Yes. Okay. Going to move on to item 12.2. And this is to adopt a resolution ratifying construction change orders 10, 11, and 15 through 18, and approving contract change order 19 with Doug Veerkamp General Engineering for a total of $218,331.20 for the Upper Broadway Bike Lane Schnell School Road to Point View Drive project, approving a budget appropriation in the amount of $140,000 from the Measure L Fund for the Upper Broadway Bike Lane Schnell Road to Point View Drive project, and 3, approve a budget appropriation in the amount of $200,000 in the fiscal year 1920 from the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program funds for the Schnell School Road Overlay project. And Ms. Neves has this for us tonight.
Good summary there, Mayor. Nice job. Good evening, everybody. The item before you this evening proposes ratification of previously approved change orders within the guidelines of Resolution 8815, which was the resolution that you approved when we awarded the construction contract change order, and it set the signatory authority for the CCOs. That was held on December 10th of 2019, as well as approving CCO 14 for additional paving as part of the project. Construction of the project does continue to progress. In fact, we actually have a rather large paving date tomorrow we're very excited about. And due to the savings encountered on the project a few months prior, the team has been making good use of those funds to enhance the project and add value through additional sidewalk and maintenance paving. As explained in staff's report, construction contract change orders are often developed primarily due to one or more combination of the following general rules: city-initiated changes, changed or unforeseen conditions, and changes to the bid documents. The change orders before you this evening mostly reflect city-initiated changes or unforeseen conditions. And while change orders 10, 11, 15, and 18 are before you for ratification, change orders 19 and 21 are before you for your consideration and approval. CCO 19 includes additional maintenance paving on Broadway that extends beyond the Broadway-Schnell School Road intersection with a western limit of the Wiltsey Road intersection and into the northern limit of Caltrans right-of-way on Schnell School Road, which is all Measure L fund eligible work. And staff is proposing a budget appropriation in the amount of $140,000 from Measure L to cover this additional maintenance paving. The combined amount of the change orders through change order 19 total $218,331.20. Contract change order 21 became an opportunity that presented itself. Since the project was extending the limits of paving up to Schnell School Road, the project team came together to the conclusion of, well, why not keep going? The city already had a project in place for Schnell School Road as adopted by City Council at the April 14th, 2020 council meeting and as funded through an agreement with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission for the city's annual apportionment of the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program exchange funds in the amount of $200,000, securing the funding for that project. Again, the city requested a quote from the project contractor, and it's within the funding and the budget for the project, and staff is recommending approval of this change order for maintenance paving on Schnell School Road to Carson Road. Hopefully this might make a more appealing access for any potential bypass local traffic to Highway 50. Hopefully they'll just get right on to Schnell. The total for contract change order 21 is $170,691.87, which is within the STBGP funded budget of $200,000. This concludes staff's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any questions for Ms. Neves at this point?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.2. We'll start with a caller 857.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So I had mentioned earlier at the beginning of this long meeting, don't know when these projects are supposed to redo the road in front of, say, Jim Boys. But if it's going to be more than a week, is it possible to throw some patch in some of those gigantic potholes? It is absolutely insane. I invite all of you to drive up there and try and drive in front of Jim Boys. Good luck keeping your dentures or your teeth in place. So I don't want to waste money, but if it's going to be another few weeks, could you please just patch some of those gigantic potholes? And that's just my request. Thank you.
Thank you.
206-956. 965. Go ahead, Sue.
Okay, yeah, it's Sue Rodman again. I just wanted to say our engineering team is doing it again. When you watch the news with that huge machine that grinds up the pavement and then lays it down again as they go, it looks so easy. Ha! That's only the fun stuff, the last step. For Placerville, a lot of the work is under the pavement, where pipe sizes don't match or are not where they need to be or are collapsed entirely. Stormwater collects in deep puddles instead of draining off the road nicely, and there may be no storm drain at all. Our engineers take it all in stride. They look at those problems as challenges. Then they create improvements to projects and save money in the process. These change orders are another example of their creativity to provide a better outcome for the city while solving some mind-boggling problems. The Measure H&L Committee endorsed this approach at our last meeting on August 31st. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Last call for public comment on item 12.2. No further comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. We'll go ahead and close public comments, bring it back to the council for further discussion.
I have a question
Yes.
for the city engineer. Rebecca, do you have a tentative paving schedule for Schnell School?
We do. We have it scheduled for night work on October 5th through October 7th. So they're going to be paving one northbound lane on one night and the southbound lane on another, and then striping the following night.
Great, thank you. And I want to thank you for also working with the contractors and your staff to get down Broadway past that mess there at Wilsey, because that really is, this is going to look so hot when we get it done. It is just, Broadway will be totally welcoming now when we get those visitors coming down, when they use our new bypass road.
Yeah, and just to appease some of the comments about the condition of the road in front of Jim Boy's, I'll call the contractor in the morning and just have him throw in some cold patch just to hold us over, another week and a half until we start the work. So thanks for your patience, and we'll get it dialed in a little bit better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Sure.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
While I have her here, what happened with Spring Street? Is it delayed a week?
No. So they're starting utility potholing on Thursday. They kind of took a little bit more of a tempered approach, a different, not an agenda item, but just they're starting potholing on Thursday. They'll be out there, and I think the road closure actually starts next week, a partial road closure, just to
Well, the sign said the 21st, so everybody's asking me why it didn't start on the 21st, so I'm
yeah, we got the same phone calls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Ryan, I'll go ahead and make a motion if you'd like.
Yes.
Approve the item as recommended by staff.
And I'll second it.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any other comments? Okay, roll call, please.
I have a comment, Mayor.
Oh, yes.
I just want to say this is a really exciting project, and it's cool to see how the savings in one phase has, led this project to grow beyond its original scope, and just how much work we are getting done in this area that really needs these improvements. So good job to our engineering department and H&L committee. And I'm excited for these improvements to go forward.
Well said. Okay, Regina, roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along, item 12.3, adopt a resolution approving a consultant service agreement with DeBerry Drake Hagelin for on-call as-needed engineering inspection services for various city CIP projects, engineering permits, and task orders, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same. And again, this is Ms. Neves has this for us tonight.
Thank you. Well, as Assistant City Manager Dave Warren presented in our budget reports over the last several iterations, we did withhold a portion of this current adopted budget to allow for some contractual services. You know, the pandemic has taken a toll on all of us in different ways, but one of the ways that it's kind of taken a toll on us is a reduction in staff and engineering. And so on behalf of my staff and I, we're just truly grateful that council and City Manager Morris and Dave, you know, had the foresight and the help to get the contractual services for engineering inspections. And amongst the budget saving measures that were implemented were, you know, voluntary retirements. And so we do have our current employee, that's our engineering specialist here, that handles all of our in-house inspections as well as our encroachment permit and grading permit inspections. He is slated to retire on September 30th at the end of this month. And so we still have a need for those, while, you know, your engineering staff still does have office work pertaining to in-house design and such. So this contract proposes an on-call construction management agreement with Dewberry Drake Haglund. They are already qualified through our city on-call construction management list. They run several projects for us already in town, so they're actually already local, so we get a little bit of a economy scale savings even on consulting services. And the other item is that there is currently no direct costs associated with this, but rather, you know, we do withhold budget and we plan for budget and projects for inspections, and they would be paid from that set aside plan budget. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Neves. Any questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and open up public comment.
All right, public comment is now open for item 12.3. Go ahead, 857.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm assuming this is the cheapest alternative to putting this out to, lack of a better word, a bid. It kind of concerns me the city just chose, from the staff report, it looks like the city just chose a company. But if they can show that this is definitely the cheapest option, I'm all for it. So that's just my question. Is this the cheapest alternative? Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call for item 12.3. Go ahead, Sue.
I think that this lets us be flexible and it lets us be nimble and get the job done with people that have already proved that they can do the job. It meant we didn't ask them to bid for it, but they bid on other things and have been very competitive. So I would say this looks like a good deal to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue.
No further public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council.
I'll move for adoption.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can ask them.
All right, we have a first.
Karis, she's second.
Did she second? Karis, okay.
I do have one question for Rebecca. How is the fee established or determined? Do we already have a set schedule for these services, and that's what we're going off of?
We do, actually. Yeah, so we receive a fee schedule from consultants on an annual basis. It's their, you know, it's a combination of factors, but it's their audited overhead rate plus, you know, their hourly established rates. So, you know, I mean, it's just, it comes as a fee schedule. This particular company, you know, we did send out an RFP back in 2016 and adopted an on-call list, not only for engineering services, but also construction management services. And to speak to Sue Rodman's comment, yeah, this is actually a firm that bids often in Placerville, or not bid, submits proposals because it's consulting services. They do often in Placerville. This is also the same team on Western Placerville Interchange Phase 2 that underspent their contract by, I believe it's about $200,000. So they are very budget conscious. They're very thorough as far as, you know, just really giving us the service we need. They don't, you know, overload it. They don't throw 10 people out there when we know we only need one. And the part that's the best is the inspector that we've been working with of this company. He lives here locally. He actually lives off of Country Club Drive. So he has also this personal, emotional engagement investment in Placerville. It's his hometown too. So, you know, you can teach anybody anything. You can't make somebody care. So there's a lot of benefit to having this team on it.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Sure.
Is this contract indefinite?
Pardon?
I'm sorry, is this contract indefinite?
No, not at all.
I didn't see it did.
If we decide to go a different route, we can do that at a different date.
But there's no sunset on this contract.
Typically, we make it the 31st of the following calendar year. So this one would go through December 31st of 2021.
Okay.
The intent is to only carry us through the end of this year, though, because we are looking at potentially hiring full-time city staff to handle this workload. It's basically to kind of carry us through to the end of the year and the mid-year budget.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Ms. O'Connell, roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
due to the hour, I would
We got
request that
15
we
minutes.
suspend the balance of the agenda, and I would make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. Staff have anything they, okay, that's a no.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second.
Mayor, if I could,
Yes.
there's just one item for the Transportation Commission that I think is worth mentioning, and that's that Joni retired.
I agree.
And you know, she was just such a big part of that organization for so long and worked with so many people from the city and the county and all of our other partnering organizations. And I think we should mention that.
And mention, do you want to go even further and tell them what we did? We Zoomed her send off.
We Zoomed the retirement
We resumed
send off, yeah. Which
they raised quite a bit of money and bought gift certificates so she could use them all the way back to Texas.
you know, it's really sad that for someone that gave so many years to this organization, her retirement had to be over Zoom.
I know. But I think she was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, I appreciate your efforts in doing that, because she was a very talented and very dedicated employee, and a huge part of making sure that organization succeeds. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, is there any, all those in favor of ending tonight's meeting?
We've got 15 minutes to go.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you, and good evening, Placerville.
It's done, we're clear.